Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live on this glorious morning. Joining me live, the fabulous Shy Girl, Naples, Florida. Shy, good morning.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm having issues with my headset this morning.
Uh-oh, a little bit of a little bit of an equipment malfunction going on right now, folks, but we're going to be back on our feet. Here we go. What a crazy night. Sometimes you get news that just is like, what the heck on a weekend?
It was crazy. So we had first the news came out that there was some sort of deal, and the White House put out a press statement. And basically, it really didn't allude to the fact that anything concrete had happened. They just said, we made a lot of progress with these talks, and we will make an announcement later today, which is later today, Switzerland time. And then overnight, just a few hours ago, they had a press conference with Greer and Bessent. And basically, what they did is they dropped all of the added tariffs. So what ended up happening is China dropped their 125% tariffs down to 10%. The US dropped their 145% to 10%. However, the original 20% will still be on. So ultimately, it's 30% the US has on China and 10% that China has on the US for the next 90 days. So it's a pause and kind of back down a little bit.
So, Tracy, do you feel like this is more than just kicking the can down the road another 90 days, or do you think that there was some kind of, unpublished agreements in principle that happened behind the scenes?
Yeah, I think there were. I mean, I listened to the press conference and uh, it sounded very positive. They emphasized that we don't want to decouple from China. Both countries, need each other. China promised to buy more from the U.S., and so they kind of alluded to the fact that it's a little bit more than just dropping tariffs. Were discussed. That said, it is concerning that it's just a 90-day pause. So if this keeps happening, then it's just kind of kicking the can down the road. So we'll find out. Obviously, markets loved it. We got a surge right away, a gap up overnight, and then at that press conference, obviously, we got another surge again.
Yeah, the stock index futures loved it. I mean, as you see the Russell 2000 futures up almost 5%, 4.58% right now. It was a crazy rip higher, and all the stock index futures were kind of like, "Hey, wait for me." And it was just a astronomical. When Nick was doing his thing last night, by the way, Sunday night, Nick does this great Sunday night prep, everybody on NinjaTrader Live, Nick for a tick. Uh, we already gapped up about 60 handles, and the question was, are we going to keep rolling? And apparently, the answer to that was yes.
Yes. I don't know. I saw Stowe last night on X, and he's like, "We need to break this high. We need to break this high," and he got it. I don't know if he was up all night for it, but he got it.
Yeah, it was good. So Besson did say though they had as I recall, they have a process now in place to avoid, and he said avoid China escalation. So that's why I asked the question about maybe there's something behind the scenes there.
Yeah, I think there is. And then we did have another announcement, which is tanking biotech stocks this morning. On the opposite side of the
Hmm.
stream, we have President Trump came out and he wrote a post on Truth Social. He said, "I'm pleased to announce that tomorrow morning in the White House at 9 a.m., I will be signing one of the most consequential executive orders in our country's history. Prescription drugs and pharmaceutical prices will be reduced almost immediately by 30 to 80%. Now, there is a lot of consternation on X. A lot of people think this is a great thing. And then the other half of the people say, wait a minute, this is price controls. Price controls never work out. This is a bad thing. Every time in history we've had price control in the US, it really has not worked out too well. The most recent example would be during the 1970s oil and gas price controls, which ultimately led to gas shortages, lines at pumps, reduced domestic production. And we've had a few other times in history that we've also had price controls. We had during World War II with rationing. That did prevent wartime inflation, but then inflation came roaring back as soon as the war was over. It also created black markets. Also, again, during the Korean War, again, same thing happened. We had inflation come right back. And then of course, we had Nixon wage and price controls, which also kind of ended up in a disaster with inflation roaring back and created distortions in energy, food, and housing. So anytime these have been in use, you've seen some immediate good effects, but long-term effects have been disastrous. So that's just your history lesson for today.
Yeah, well, so in the pharmaceutical companies will come back and say, hey, we charge this premium so we could dump it into future research and development for the next best generation of medicine. And that's why we need to do it this way. That's kind of it, and that kind of, okay, well, we want that medicine to be improved and better and healthier and all that stuff. So that argument kind of rings home a little bit, especially to me, being the old guy in the room here, needing my meds.
Right, I hear you. Ultimately, I think this is going to end up in the courts. Trump tried to do this his first term, ended up in the courts. It was ultimately stopped. So we will be following this story closely, but I guarantee that somehow it's going to end up in the courts.
Yeah. Well, other markets reacted to this news also very considerably. I mean, I was looking at the U.S. dollar this morning, particularly versus the euro, and the euro-U.S. cross just fell out of bed big time, and it's still falling. I mean, it was a big, big move down the last couple of days in the euro FX, which means, of course, the U.S. dollar then, is stronger. So it's another thing that's going to affect all the markets probably.
Absolutely. We're seeing that in gold. Obviously, gold's kind of it's twofold here with the dollar higher. Obviously, pressure is on gold, but also some of that, safe haven status has been relieved a little bit as we see, the equity market up. Interesting that we have bonds sharply down, and that 10-year yield is 4.45% right now. So what are your thoughts on this bond market, Jimmy?
I'll be honest with you. I expected a bigger break than we got. So the break in the 30-year, the drop in the 30-year Treasury bond, it wasn't much different than the drop in the 10-year initially, and it still really isn't. So I was kind of surprised that the 30-year is down about a handle right now, almost a point. The 10-year is down about 2/3 of a handle right now. But it is kind of, when we do the edge report, I'll show you, it is kind of encroaching on my long-term area of support. So we're going to have to keep our eyes on that, especially as the 10-year yield gets over that 4.5 threshold. Everybody kind of freaks out when that happens. And then if you look at the what the expectation is of a Fed rate cut now we're down to only 50 basis points for the calendar year. So that also moved.
So which is very interesting. I guess everything was depended on this China is making some sort of deal with China. We'll see. I mean, they said this morning Switzerland was next, but the rest of the EU was going to be a problem. So we'll see what happens with Switzerland. Obviously, they're in Switzerland now, so we'll see if any deals come about with Switzerland.
What do we buy from Switzerland other than chocolate? Is what I want to know.
Gold,
Okay. Yeah.
watches.
So, yeah, that's true. That's true. Although I go Italian on my watches, so we bypass Switzerland altogether there. Oh, anyway, any reaction in the crude market?
So yeah, I mean, we've got crudes up almost 4% today. It loved that. So it's we're starting to look a little bit more positive. Now the high today was 63.61. I do have a level there, so we could see a move back down to 62.31 if that fails. If not, we'll see a move back to 65.31. So we shall keep an eye on this market for sure. Interesting though, it gapped, but it wasn't a big gap. It was just a few cents, and it filled the gap overnight and then went higher.
Yeah, it looks like all the metals kind of took a little bit of a hit overnight, with the exception of Dr. Copper, which makes a little bit sense considering this whole trade focus has been on China.
Absolutely. And obviously, that's good for their manufacturing sector, which is good for copper as well. So,
Yeah. The other thing we have to talk about, we would be remiss not to talk about this, is the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin,
the
this front
Bitcoin.
month, this sec, this the back months all broke that 100,000. This crushed that 100,000 psychological level overnight. I don't know what the cash market's doing right now. I didn't look, but it's almost like happy days are here again. You know what I mean, with respect to risk assets, money piling into them.
Yeah, we did have a quite, overnight we hit 106,000. I'm talking the futures market. 106,270, and we are back down to 104,245. So kind of a big pullback, or I guess not that big for Bitcoin, but a larger pullback we've had that we're not seeing in the equity markets right now.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's almost like having 2%, 3% moves overnight is now or within a trading session is the norm these days. It's not the exception. It used to be a rare event if we had a 2% move in an equity market. Now it happens every day just about.
Oh, when I first started in this industry, you're lucky if you got 10 handles during the day. I mean, it barely moved, right?
I know, I know.
So,
And that's when everyone was buying like 20 spoos, 20 of the big spoos just to capture a little bit. But now you can't do that anymore.
right? Seriously. But good thing it's a trader's market. As far as data today, all we have is at noon, we have the WADC report. So if you are trading grains, be aware of that. And then this morning, we have Abdulaziz, who is a prominent Saudi figure on energy and climate issues and a public speaker for major energy issues for the Chamber of Commerce, municipalities, and many other entities in the Middle East. I've interviewed him before. He's fantastic, and he knows not only the Middle East markets, but the global markets.
Oh, that's excellent. I can't wait. I can't wait to meet Abdulaziz. I was checking him out on Twitter and some other places on the internet. It's going to be awesome. We'll get to him right after the Edge report. So I'm looking forward to that interview for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
So,
that, go ahead, Tracy.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, that's right. I'm just kind of looking at the quote board right now, thinking if just glancing to see if we missed anything. I'm glad you reminded me about the WASD report. Remember, if you're trading gradins, folks, this could be a market mover today. I think it's at 12 o'clock, maybe it's released. So if wheat, corn, soybean, soy meal, those kind of things will be in play as well. So thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, and we also have the soy up 1.76% overnight. Not surprising. China buys a lot of soybeans from the U.S.
Yeah. Great point. So, all right, well, let's transition into the Edge report, and then we will get our special guest online. All right, all right. Let's start with the E-mini S&P right now. I mean, right now we have this gap up here. This is a daily chart on the E-mini S&P. We have and we're going to talk a lot more about this with Pharm, but we had these highs here on the 25th of March. We traded through these highs. This was kind of a peak high for the year, or at least for the by the end of the first quarter. We're trading above it right now, so I put that line across there. All this retracement is out the window right now. We're in a bullish disposition right now. So the fib lines, we've kind of achieved all of that stuff on the upside. The stochastics are still pretty positive, over 80. They're at 92.23. And I have a little ellipse right here. That is Liberation Day candle. We're trading above the Liberation Day candle, not only in this market, but you'll see it in the Hong Kong markets and some of the other international markets. Just kind of shooting over to an intraday chart really fast for the E-mini S&P. We've got a lot of lines, but all the lines are on the bottom of the chart. And this chart actually has eaten my fib lines. Let me move these over a little bit. So you see this giant, massive candle here. This was high to low. This candle was, just so you know, almost 100 handles. I mean, it was, 10, 13 handles, a little short of that, but it was a big, just ginormous candle. We have a really firm point of control that's has been established. Yeah, we have a competing point of control a little bit lower as well, and we'll talk about that as well. But no, a huge volume node when this rally happened last night. And this was after the big gap. I highlighted the gap overnight with the rectangle here. So that gap is, again, we had a gap and then we paused and then we had a huge rally again when more information came to bear. So not a lot of targets on the upside from a gamma point of view or from a pivot point of view, but we do have some extensions in play right here. We have that 50% extension at 58.30, sorry, 58.73, and then the 61.8 is the next one up, 58.87. On the downside, we do have call resistance at 57.50 if this thing does retrace. The gap fill odds, we talked about the gap fill odds last night with Nick, and there actually is a 55% edge full chance of getting this gap up filled. Doesn't look likely today in this particular market. Let's shoot over to the 10-year note real quick here and take a peek, because this was interesting also. The 10-year note, again, I mean, this is so important to every market in the world, including lending in the U.S. Long-term area support, we just broke through it today. I mean, this support's approximately at 110 spot 10. We're trading below it right now. Yeah, there's a little bit of a gap down as well on the 10-year note. So as Tracy pointed out earlier, big move here. And so next target down are these icicle wicks that we see around 109.08. And look at the stochastics have fallen out of bed. Going into the intraday, we do have some areas of interest. We have put support at 110 even. That's that green line right where my crosshairs is right now. Nothing much below it from that point of view. Above it, a whole bunch of targets, including the Menthor Q one-day min. We have the 0DT put support right by that S2 level for the bulls here at 110. 15 half, and then S1 is really framing the conversation after the gap down, and that S1 is approximately 110.19 half on the 10-year. And as Tracy points out, the last yield print we have from the CME futures micro yield is 4.463. So that's kind of getting close on pretty almost an uncomfortable level of 4.5. Let's take a peek at gold really quickly here because it's down $115. That's another big move on gold. On the daily chart, we're below that VWAP. The 8 EMA is about to cross underneath the 21. We broke through this long-term area of support big time right here. We have a target wick. We almost touched it. Well, maybe we did touch it for a double bottom right now. If you're thinking about tweezer bottoms that are kind of separate a little bit. 50 EMA is the next up, and we have that stochastics cross under. If you go to the intraday chart, a lot of fun on the intraday chart. That giant sell-off happened again, and there's really only one gamma level to worry about on the downside. That's 3,200. That's put support 3,200 even. S3 is pretty far away, but you never know. 31.72. On the upside, we got a high vol level at 32.45 that I have my eye on, and then the 0 DTE put supports are way up here where the point of control is, ironically, around 32.75. That is today's Edge Report. And now let us bring in our special guest, Abdulaziz. Abdullah, I'm pronouncing your name wrong. I apologize, but thank you for being here.
Hi,
Appreciate you.
Jim. Hello, Tracy. Thanks for having me.
Our pleasure. Our pleasure. So we have interesting timing. I love that you're here on the day that President Trump and his secretaries are visiting the Middle East. I think they're going to land in Saudi Arabia maybe today and visit Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar over a couple of days. What's the expectations there with respect to this visit?
Well, there's a lot of expectations, particularly on the geopolitical arena. The past couple of years have been quite rough for the Middle East. This region has been through a lot, whether it's the Red Sea, what's going on up north, or even what has been going on in the commodities markets and oil passages, as well as global trade. And so there's a lot to be discussed in that geopolitical space, but there's also a lot of issues to discuss in terms of how to move forward with employing a larger scopes of cooperations between the GCC, the Gulf countries, and the United States. This is a new chapter. This region believes in elevating this relationship into new highs and possibly develop new strategies to align with the United States vision and leadership.
Excellent. And I kind of want to move to OPEC Plus here because they have decided to increase production from those voluntary cuts. There are a lot of rumors going around on why this is happening. From they want to flood the market to they want to push shale out to they want to reprimand the cheaters, particularly Kazakhstan. So really, tell us what's really going on here.
Well, the first thing that I keep hearing about the timing of these comebacks of the cut barrels and putting them back on the market is it couldn't be a worse timing. When in fact, in my view, it couldn't be a better time because navigating through the uncertainties, whether it's the Liberation Day that kind of casted a shadow on the commodity markets and the macroeconomics in general, or looking at how oil has reacted to these news. It was that time that required more certainty during a time of uncertainty. And that's why, in my view, I believe OPEC decided, well, let's make sure that we guard economic growth at levels that don't actually collapse any prospects of pushing economic growth into at least sustaining them into the current level. That's why, in my views, I think it couldn't be a better time to put more barrels on the market. Now, how the sentiments had reacted to that is a completely different picture. And if you look at the fundamentals, the supply and demand, and how the fundamentals of oil markets have been, they've been quite strong, to be honest. And the inventories, given how low they are, could accommodate more supply. And that's why, in my belief, OPEC had to deal with two issues. Issue number one is the external, and that is the macros, the economics, how would global economic growth be maintained, and then the internal, being the cohesion of the group, as well as how the non-compliant would be compliant to the production levels that they've been required to produce at. And that's why I think both in the April meeting as well as the May meeting, there was a decision to put more barrels on the market. Initially, during the days of the announcements, the sentiments were quite negative. But today, we're looking at oil prices wiping out all the losses that were taken during Liberation Day. And so I think this is very healthy for the fundamentals. There are two pictures. If you want to look at the fundamentals, they remain very strong. OPEC and OPEC Plus as a group have committed to meeting every month to review the data and speak the language of the data instead of speaking the language of the sentiment.
Absolutely. Smart, very smart group of people over there, I will have to say. I was very impressed. I got a chance to meet you in February. We were at an OPEC meeting together, and it's just amazing the amount of detail and the amount of records they keep. It's amazing. And I want to move over to shale right now. You know, we've had a lot of earnings come out, and a lot of companies have said oil prices are too low. We're either cutting back on production, or we're envisioning lower capex. Some are cutting capex altogether. So what does this, what do these lower oil prices kind of mean for shale? And do we see kind of shale hitting a peak this year and maybe flatlining? Well, it's actually been flatlining for a few months, but do you think we've kind of hit a peak here in production?
Great question, Tracy. Over the past 24 months, we've witnessed a great deal of consolidations for the shale producers. And that included big producers, medium-sized producers, as well as small producers. And that consolidation wave had produced a completely different scene for the US producers. Now, the new culture that we're witnessing now is a culture of returning more to investors than it is a culture of growing production. And that requires more financial discipline, as well as sticking to price ranges that secures these returns for investors. We lately have been witnessing as well that the shale producers are far more price sensitive, commodity price sensitive than any time before. And that pushes the producers to adopt this culture of maintaining the returns for the investors for as long as possible. And that requires even more discipline, both in OPEX as well as CAPEX. This is not the culture that we are used to see back in 2018 or 2019. It's something new, but it also pushes the North American price range to be bound between 60 to possibly $70 a barrel. And that, in my view, what we are going to be witnessing coming from the US.
That kind of cuts into the drill, baby drill. I want oil at $50 for the Trump administration. But now I want to move over to Canada for a little bit. We just had an election there. They again voted for a Liberal government. So kind of what does that look like for production in Canada, and kind of trying to build out extra infrastructure that they had wanted to do to be able to sell more to China and other places other than the U.S.?
Well, Canada is tangled up with a lot of logistical issues as well as political matters that needs to be kind of reviewed. Whatever happens for the Canadian producers, it will require time, and it would require a new commitment from the leadership, and then possibly resolving whatever is tangled up with the U.S. in terms of the pipelines, as well as supplying the U.S. market with more of the heavy benchmark. What is quite different this time is that uh, there is a requirement from the political institutions to get involved to draw where the industry is planned to be taken to. Because from the way it looks today, there is a requirement of large capex to be put in Canada to sustain the production levels currently being produced and prolong this production for some time to come.
So I have just to shift gears a little bit. I noticed there was on the agenda for the meetings these next few days. There was a significant time allocated to the discussion of the green hydrogen projects that are being developed in the Middle East, is particularly with respect to maybe creating a distribution channel to Germany to help offset, a Russian gas. And it seemed like a big deal on this green hydrogen. What's the status of that in the mindset of that project?
Well, for Saudi Arabia in particular, the hydrogen projects are very prosperous. And Saudi today remains the lowest cost producer of hydrogen, particularly green hydrogen. And that gives it that advantage and leverage. But the problem with hydrogen is that the momentum of growth for a hydrogen market is not really picking up as much as the global climate ambitions are looking for. And that's why we don't really see much potential for a fast growth. There is growth for market for hydrogen, but it's not the same momentum that was anticipated during the time these hydrogen projects were proposed or started to be initiated. Now, no plans have been delayed or cancelled, but globally, we witness as well that hydrogen is struggling with other issues of efficiency as a fuel. Not only is it difficult to get that type of energy from hydrogen into industrialization, but it's also difficult to transport it and handle it, to build an engineering plant to handle a hydrogen transport and keeping the temperature available to maintain a safe practice for hydrogen. That's why the projects are rolling as scheduled, but finding the market to sell the hydrogen produced is the bigger challenge in my view.
Yeah, and it seems like it just from my seat here in the States, it seems like the decarbonation initiatives are less important now than they were, say, 6 years ago. Do you feel that that's true globally?
Oh, absolutely. The past 3 years, this whole climate agenda has been driven not by engineers and scientists,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
by those who have that ideology of pushing this agenda. And that's the problem we continuously come to see, whether it's the late 90s or the 2000s. These waves keep on coming, and every time it's pushed through ideology, they don't really survive. It's only when the economics
yeah.
make the case that it becomes more viable, more available, and more practical.
Yeah, that totally makes sense for sure. Tracy, do you have we got about a minute left. Do you have any questions?
Do you have any final words for us
Well,
that we
final
didn't get to
words
cover?
is trust the fundamentals, trust that what is being reviewed is what is going to reflect on the commodities. If you follow every sentiment, you will be lost very soon. So keep your composure by following the fundamentals.
That's great. That is great advice. And by the way, follow Abdulaziz on Twitter. I went ahead and I cut and paste his Twitter handle into the chat. It's Aziz Sapphire is the Twitter handle. It's a great follow. Any other places we should be following you?
That's mostly what I'm more after.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for being here, spending this time with us. Wish we had more
Thank you.
time. I have a million more questions. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Tracy.
All right, all right. Wow, that was good. I could sit and talk with him for hours and hours. He just has so much, depth of knowledge there.
Oh, he knows the energy markets inside and out. He's a great person to talk to, and especially why everybody's panicking. He's kind of that voice of reason. So glad we got to spend some time with him this morning for sure.
All right, all right. Well, thank you, Tracy. We do have Pharm in the house from somewhere in Arizona, I believe. Good morning, Pharm. I almost wore my gray shirt today, by the way. I honest to God, I had it on and I changed my shirt. I thought, no, it's kind of rainy out here. I want to be a little summery. Man, I shouldn't have done that.
Good morning, Jim. Looks like it's been a relatively quiet overnight session, I see.
I was telling Tracy, it's like, so you have a 2% move in a session, even 5 years ago, your hair would start on fire. Now it's like every day.
Yeah, I mean, the intraday volatility has been wild. I mean, like realized overall has come down like a closing basis, I guess. Not after today, I suppose. But I mean, just even the intraday swings have been pretty wild. So it's definitely been a crazy market this year. And I think a lot of people expected that with Trump for things to be a little bit wild, but it does make it a little bit difficult to hold a conviction position overnight sometimes. So, but it's a great time to be a day trader for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean if you were holding positions overnight over the weekend gaps now just seem to become every time. I mean, there's weekend gap, weekend gap, weekend gap, weekend gap, and that is enough to not want to hold a position over the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, there really is just such major gap risk over the weekends. And so, I mean, I suppose you can, hedge one side of it with like some kind of just cheap hedge for like a Monday or a Tuesday option or something if you're trying to carry something and you know, just have to accept that that's going to be a cost to holding some swings in this market because you just never know when Trump's going to take a bathroom break and decide to grab the phone and light up the world with some kind of mean tweet or happy tweet or whatever it is. So that's the risk you're going to have to take if we're gonna swing in this market, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was a double combo too, because we not only did we have because initially on Friday, I think maybe it was earlier than Friday, there was a story that said the Chinese delegation, after 30 minutes, they walked out of the conversation, and that was pretty negative, right? And now all of a sudden, it's like the sun is out and everyone's high-fiving each other.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the emotions just run wild, especially on social media. I thought that was pretty funny that, I think I made a joke about the Chinese delegate stepped out to pass gas or something like that. And all of FinX just went crazy. It's all over. Huge gap down coming. Like, just chill out and like, let's see what actually happens after all of this. So definitely a positive development. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, now I don't want to use the word firmly, but we're trading above Liberation Day, our Liberation Day candle, not only in the US, but also I think in Hong Kong and other places. And I kind of, and I also, we're trading above this March, end of March kind of swing high, if you want to call it that. We're right at that level right now. With this gap up and this giant green candle. How is this chart looking to you?
Well, I mean, it looks great, but we gapped out of balance. We had that multi-day balance, and that's one way to deal with resistance is just to gap it. But when things look amazing and everybody is extremely emotional and bullish, and we're going to new all-time highs, and it's time to chase this thing. When everything looks really bullish, I try to offer the other side, and when things look really bearish, I try to offer the other side. And there still is a lot that looks like 2022 to me. I mean, that that's not going to go away just yet. I mean, we came up in 2022 and we swept a lower weekly high. So we broke market structure on a weekly basis, and everybody called the bottom. And this is, I don't know what it was, March or something. Maybe it was August. I don't recall. I think twice we may have done it, and then ultimately just resolved much lower. Additionally, you know, we're back above the 200 SMA. I think NAIM hit like 82 last week. So, I mean, the money has certainly begun chasing this back. They will probably have to do more of that, you know, in this case, maybe above the 200. I am watching for, so there's 21 EMA and the 200 SMA. If you put that on, like, do SPX, because some people back adjust, some people don't back adjust their ES charts. So if you just do SPX and you put the 21-day EMA and 200-day SMA for 2022, there were multiple times where we crossed the 200 SMA and it looked like a reclaim, and, you know, everybody celebrated. But the 21 EMA never crossed the 200 SMA until basically we had bottomed. And so that's something that I will be looking for here. And really, you know, this move up to the 200, I don't think really it surprised anybody, even if we were going to go back down to 2000 and, you know, we were going to crack, you know, every, you know, prior major low we've had and, you know, maybe end up at negatives like crude did, we were probably going to back test the 200 from below at least, right? So I do feel like things have changed a bit from a macro perspective, but we still have to be mindful of those technical similarities. And so that's what I'm looking at here, like big picture. I mean, do we chase this in, right? Do we get all of those indicators overbought? Do we get all the money in long? And then is there just like nobody left to jam it in? And then when there's a pullback, not if, when there's a pullback, you know, how deep is that pullback? Is there technical damage done? We'll have to see, right? I mean, this news cycle is absolutely insane. And so we don't know what's going to happen, you know, tomorrow or the next week or the next month. And so we just have to make the best decisions that we can. And so coming into this year, it was time for a correction. And, you know, we got a big one, if that's all it was a correction. It was a very large correction, if that's what it was. And, you know, we just have to get some money in good, and then just see from there. And that's where we're at here. You know, you don't get a bear market from like some tariff bickering. You get a bear market because you have a recession. You get a bear market because you have a hiking cycle. And so up front, the questions for me coming into this year were like, okay, well, if we sell off and we get a correction and it gets nasty, is it because we have an actual recession or a fear of a recession? Or if it's because of, you know, resurgent inflation, or is the Fed actually going to hike, or is it just like an inflation scare? And so that's where we're at now is, you know, if you bought anywhere near the lows, you did okay, obviously. And you have the luxury now of choosing if you want to take some of that off the table and position yourself well, just in case things get gross and it comes back down. But yeah, I mean, a lot of money sold the lows and now is going to end up chasing back into the highs. They just, I mean, it's just always the same. It's just always the same. If you just watch some of these things, they get washed out of the bottoms and they come in heavy at the top. So.
Yeah, and so it's interesting you mentioned recession, and you know it's almost like right now, from my understanding, what Tracy taught us was the whole China thing. You know, was a big deal. Everyone was all excited about it, but it really like kicked the can down the road 90 days. At what point do we stop kicking the can and the focus gets back to stagflation, CPI? You know, unemployment reports, you know, the stuff that we're used to kind of using to figure out, you know, create bias. When does that happen, or does it?
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. And, you know, if you're just looking at tariffs, and this is only about tariffs, which I've never believed, it's, you know, they have major implications, and the effects of, you know, major tariffs have major implications. But, you know, we have been in somewhat of a stagflationary environment. We sold off and we had, you know, 2.5, 3 months of distribution long before the first announcement of any kind of tariffs. We did not see the kind of participation in the low that I would have liked to see. And that's why you're having, people are chasing this back in at the highs. And so we still do have to monitor the data. Like, is there going to be any kind of a slowdown? Is there not? I mean, it kind of looks, like they want to run this hot now, right? I mean, my thought, and I'm a complete moron when it comes to macro. That's my disclaimer. But like, to me, this was a situation where, Trump was okay with equities going down, as long as yields came down. And it did initially, right? Yields came down initially. And then what happened, right? So we ended up in a situation where I can just imagine Trump being like, okay, Scotty, what the hell? Like, I mean, you said that stocks going down would bring yields down, and here we are with yields screaming after we make the low in equities. So what the hell's the point of killing equities if yields are just going to blow out anyways, right? So let's pump it. I can just see that. And so now, if we're at this point where they're going to back off tariffs, and like, we were all there, and like, I don't know how this is going to go, but many of us were there the last time, and it just seems like there was all this noise, and then in the end, it was like, yay, China's going to buy 69 bushels of soybeans, everything's great, winning, make America great, and like, that was the end of it, and it was just like, wow, that was a lot of noise for nothing. And so, to me, if that comes in, and then we get into deregulation and tax cuts, and if you look at the fiscal side, like, so much for Doge cuts, right? Then I think it's probably going to be time where we swing this pendulum the other way around, and we start worrying about inflation. And Crude is telling you that maybe that's going to be the case. Bonds are telling you that maybe that's going to be the case. And so we went from, I think we were literally at like 69% chance of recession into the low. And that's gone, right? I mean, that's long gone. So how far do we now go to like odds of an actual rate hike, right? I mean, the rate cuts have been backed out where we're at right now. So do we just go all the way back in that direction and then start selling off because, bond yields go ape shit? I mean, like, if they really get going, which they could, then you run into that problem. So this is definitely a very wild market, very back and forth with the narrative. And we've seen that for like 2 years where, I mean, the recession trade came on and then it just got blown out. And then the inflation trade came on and it got blown out. And it's been just this huge back and forth. And I was kind of hoping we were done with that and we could just, settle in here. But my base cases have always been out of this cycle. And I'm talking the last 4 years. We're either getting a recession subsequent to the hiking cycle, or we're getting inflation 2.0. And that's been kind of my base case. And it looks like, at least for now, maybe we need to be more concerned about inflation 2.0 than we do recession.
Yeah, I mean, we have CPI is tomorrow, but again, maybe we got to be thinking about the next CPI instead of this CPI. Who knows what it's going to show? But again, it's one of these indicators. It's like, all right, it was important forever, right? We hung on its every release. We analyzed core, we analyzed super core, we analyzed super core minus everything else. I mean, it just got so deep into the analysis on this, and then we stopped talking about it. And to have a 2.0, then there's going to be, just imagine what the White House is going to tell Chair Powell.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about cutting rates, Trump wants rates to be cut, but, he's going to cut taxes and, not rein in fiscal spending. Like, how about shut your mouth, right? I mean, like, no, I'm not going to cut rates. That's ridiculous. So, I mean, you can either let this run cold or you can let it run hot. There's going to be ramifications either way. And constantly evolving landscape with the data and the narratives and the news. And so, that's what leaves us with this kind of kangaroo market with things going back and forth. And like, the nice thing is it does offer some good rotations. I added a whole lot of energy exposure last week, and, obviously, that's going to work out well. I had put like a little bit of bond exposure on. I'm probably going to have to pull that off and eat that this week if things get gross. But I mean, you just get those nice rotations sometimes across sectors, and if you can time them well, you can do okay.
Yeah, and the US dollar did a huge reversal too. I mean, it just like the euro now. If I pull up a euro daily chart, you'll be like, "Wow, that euro fell out of bed." That the dollar got pretty. There we go. Or no, that's not it. But the dollar got pretty strong.
Yeah, yeah, just a wild swing. A lot of people, I had been short USD JPY on the way down via FXY calls, and a lot of people were like, "Hey, when are we going to reload this?" And I was like, "I don't know. It kind of feels like we're going to swing the pendulum back and get into some inflation fears again." So I'm going to hold off there, and I'm glad I did because that might have hurt after this move for sure.
Yeah. I think we're showing your chart now on the screen. Walk us through what we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this multi-day balance that we boxed out here. We got the look below and fail on FOMC, and then we came up on Thursday and we, sort of had this, failed breakout and into an inside day on Friday. And so, based on that, you're looking for the breakout of either side of this range. And again, had these resistance levels on here for, I don't know, 2 months maybe since we started doing the show. Probably it feels like. And again, that's one way to deal with it is just to gap it. And you can see the overnight session kind of back tested perfectly and then went. We have taken this structural lower high, at least on an all hours basis. Cash hours I don't really see any reason why we're going to collapse in the next 40 minutes. So looks like we'll probably do that on a cash hours basis as well. I do get really concerned. And I think we were talking about 59.30s on ES again, like months ago. Before we even made the low as being, I mean, kind of a monster spot. But, to me, 57.33 half, give or take, was a major spot. And then, the next major spot was kind of like 58.30s, 58.40s, which is basically where the current pullback low is overnight, which we'll get to when we get to shorter frames. And then we start talking about like 59.17 to 35-ish. Is not a place that I'm looking to mess around with. So big spots that we're going to be gapping into. And like the question here is going to be like, do we see profit taking at the open first? I mean, a lot of people are going to wake up, very, very happy. Or do we see the chase in like right away? I mean, it seems to me like it would make more sense over the next couple of days to see some profit taking. But I do think it's going to be supported on dips, at least initially, because again, there's probably a lot of money that, really never got a chance to add, right? I mean, like you had this one pullback back down there, the higher low. And then other than that, you haven't really had a proper daily higher low of any kind. I mean, just straight up for 9 days or what have you, and then some balance. So like if you didn't add long exposure in this balance, you didn't snipe this low, I mean, time to chase it. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's like, all right, nope, not yet. It's going to pull back. Not yet. It's going to pull back. Not yet. It's going to pull back. Oh man, it gapped up. I better get in here.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually how it goes. And so I do expect it to be somewhat supported. I mean, we do have some data this week, so we'll see. But ultimately, as long as this breakout is sustaining, generally going to want to be long. But again, huge gap up. Am I looking to, chase this in at the highs up close to 5,900, 5,930? No. I'm not just going to like say it's a big level, time to short it. But I'm not chasing in long. So to me, careful day trades, favoring longs up here until we see something materially change. But I mean, I think, we're in this stage, right? I mean, Trump said buy stocks again, and I mean, look what happens. So until that changes, until that mood changes, until all the money gets in, we're probably not going to get a meaningful pullback. I mean, you get a shift in a market, major shifts in markets, because either all the money gets in long, we're talking about a swing high, right? Either all the money gets in long and there's just not anybody left to buy, or you get some change in the information, right? And so off the lows, we've gotten some change in information. We've rallied. It wasn't a good low from an auction perspective. We could argue it didn't really end properly from a technical perspective, but we got the change in information, right? And so we made a major low, and here we are. So trying to blindly be just frustrated and short this market probably isn't going to work out very well. But there will come a time when all the money gets it in long, probably pretty soon, and you get a decent pullback. And, I would just kind of leave this consolidation range on your chart. If we come up here into the 5930s and then we pull back and make a higher low above this range, then, that's going to be a potential for a swing long situation there. So, big picture, we'll see how things go. If I come into my 30-minute chart, you can really see the back test more cleanly right there at the overnight low, basically just back testing last week's high. So, that's about as clean as you get. We sort of came into this next resistance area here for me on the gap up, failed, but that's when we kind of held here. And then we got like the second round of news, right? So you've got these huge session single prints overnight on that second round of news. I don't even know exactly what it was, but I think it was just more details about the situation. And so for now, we've consolidated over 58, it's 58.11 to 58.13. So that's the January, January low and the election gap fill. So that's a major spot to me. And so, if we see dips below that spot, get aggressively bought, because like with these single prints here, you could just see a naked bid come in at like any time. If there was anybody trapped short in here, then they haven't really had much of a chance to cover. So you could see a cover response. I do think that like if we get trapped below this 58.11 to 58.13, then we could see some weakness back down to like this 57.70 spot. But generally consolidation in this range up here where we're sitting is very much favoring bulls. And so when we get into shorter time frames, we can look at some of the specific spots. But again, like I'm not looking, I've got kind of a minor spot around 69.5 to 75.75. That was really like, so the January low was 58.13, I think it was. It was kind of the bottom of like a 2-month range at that point in time. It's very, very important. But most of the volume, most of the buying in December, January, and maybe the early part of February was basically above 58.75. And so that's why I've got that to monitor kind of in a lighter colored blue up here. Up to like those 75s are potentially problematic. That's when you really start getting into some serious inventory. Back on the daily, this was it. This wasn't a ton of volume. But if you kind of zoom out, this is a little bit different, right? There's a lot of volume up there that potentially could remain trapped. So definitely not looking to just kind of dive in long up here at all.
Yeah. Yeah, and the cover response is something people don't think about, right? They wake up and they say, "Oh, I can't go any higher. I'm gonna get short." This is just their mentality. Can't go any higher. It's gonna get short. But you have real reasons why folks need to get long again, and so that's something that I tell people, hey, set it at 0. When the bell rings, it could go up, it could go down, or it can go sideways. Those are 3 choices.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Yep. And here we are I'm going to have to look this up because we've been talking about true gaps. And the true gap, again, is when you gap entirely outside of the prior day's range. So above the prior day's high or below the prior day's low. Boy, we've had a lot of those this year. I'm going to have to look that up and see how it compares to prior years. So we're nowhere near Friday's high, right? So objectively, trading above the prior day's high is a long. And if we were to actually see Friday's high, which is basically the overnight low, actually it's lower than that, that would be pretty wild to me, right? So it's generally a long, but as things get a little bit stretched to the long side, you start to look for these inventory corrections or pullbacks, and that's kind of what this was here. And that's your kind of 34, 37-ish spot that I mentioned. That was basically the prior swing high. We talked about that lower high that we had on a cash hours basis was right in there. I want to say it was 37.5 maybe, or 37.25. And so holding above there is very strong. And so I would say, for here, if we do get some profit taking at the open, the biggest spot I'm watching is this 58.11 to 58.13 spot. And so to me, if we come down here to this just like 34, 37.5, we sweep out this swing low, reclaim it. I'm probably looking for longs there. Like, I kind of hate trading these huge gaps, but I might pick off a few handles on something like that. I would kind of like to see this swing low taken out and dip into these single prints from overnight and then reclaim in base. And I might like a long like that. So I'm not really looking to short. But again, on a true gap up, if at the open, we just can't trade above the open at all, you get just a quick wick on a 1 minute or a 5 minute and start driving lower, well, then you have to wait at least to be long. It doesn't mean that you need to be short, but it just means that you might have to wait a little bit longer to be long. So I've got spots at the highs that I'm just absolutely not messing with. And I've got basically just look at your major swing lows. Those are right at the spots that I'm watching. And I always prefer to see it swept out just a little bit first. So
yeah, I'm tracking the session VWAP on an intraday is right at the bottom of that value area. It's at 58.20. That's where it's sitting right now.
Yep.
So
yeah, decent area.
All right. Well, Pharm, thanks for hanging out with me. I'm going to see you again tomorrow because I think Delhi. I don't know what Delhi's doing. He's not here today or tomorrow. He didn't tell us why. He's gone. So you're going to be with me tomorrow morning again, which is probably a good thing.
Fair enough. Hopefully, not quite such a huge gap, I guess, to deal with tomorrow. So
yeah, well, you never know. You never know these days.
absolutely.
Anyway.
All right.
Okay,
You take
man.
care, Jim.
Yep. Good seeing you. We're going to go right into the trade, the open session with Tanja Trades, and we're going to get her in here in a second and trade the open. Tanja, good morning.
Good morning, Jim. It's a beautiful Monday morning. Crazy gap up.
It is crazy, but you have the best intro music. You got that action intro music when it's time to introduce Tanja and trade the open. I love it.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was bumping it out to that right now. I was like, oh, that's fine.
Yeah, but I mean, what a crazy night, man. I mean, that second surge, that you had that first gap, and then you had that second surge. It was just, I don't remember. It's just, it was crazy.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that second surge happened during the London session, so I'm not too, I don't really enjoy that. Don't love that look too much. Meaning if there's expansion during the London session, like, and we hit a lot of upside targets, there could be just consolidation during this New York session. Market's been kind of tough in that regard. That if you had higher time frame, more upside targets, it kind of just went without you there, gap and go overnight. So I know that some people are probably frustrated waking up today. I think we're up like 3.5%. So it's going to be an interesting session here. I don't know. It's going to be a super interesting session. I don't know exactly how it's going to unfold. We'll find out. It's not my favorite kind of price action to trade, that's for sure.
Yeah, I like the thought of, I like that comment. Maybe we're going to have some consolidation after that second surge. Just looking at the volume profile on my chart, we're literally all the volumes happen between 58.19 and 58.61. I know it's a decent range too, but it just seems like now we're kind of sticky up there.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. Is that during London session, we definitely kept going, kept surging, and that means like New York session can be just kind of slow, because I mean we just how much is the range now? And Nasdaq, it's about like 500 something points. We can go, there's still more upside, but how's that actually going to look like is the question. And I think that even tomorrow, I mean, looking at tomorrow can just be an inside day. Like, I think we could build more volume within this range now.
Yeah, I mean, overnight, and this is to be expected. I mean, we've already had, if I'm looking at my quote board right, 390,000 contracts traded in the E-mini S&P. We've had almost 600,000 traded in the micro NASDAQ. So there's liquidity here up till now anyway. There's participation.
Yeah, yeah. And it can continue going. I mean, we'll find out. I mean, like, well, I'll go ahead into my pre-market analysis portion. So, yeah, we definitely took that April 2nd high now on ES that I've had marked out for quite a while. And I said though, if this swing high didn't remain intact, like we would end up hitting it. And it's kind of interesting here on this Thursday. I was pretty bullish. And yeah, wait until after Trump's speech. I mean, during the speech, which he was a little bit late to, which is interesting, to pop up there. But on the 4 hour, we didn't close above it. So I literally took Friday off, and it ended up Friday being an inside day. And you know, I could understand if some people were really frustrated trying to long and then and not moving much, and then we had this like gap up here.
Yeah.
There might be people, I don't know, there are people getting stopped out of shorts for sure versus this high. And that now this entire swing to the downside has been taken out on ES and NQ. And we have to see if we're gonna build within, I mean, it'll be healthy to just build within this range again, kind of like we have been over here. But it kind of really just gives me the same vibe as this May 2nd day where we had this huge range and then the next 2 days were inside of that range. So that might end up happening. So let's go down to the 4 hour for both of them. I mean, I'll mark out this is like the April 2nd high here on the NASDAQ.
The Liberation Day high.
Yeah, sure. It's a lot of people have their the Liberation Day high. Have their little different names for it exactly. And then we'll look here to the 4 hour. Yeah, we just have this massive, massive move up. I mean, we had this gap up from where we opened there on Sunday, and a little retraction, and then another surge higher. I mean, I also agree that if we end up coming all the way back down here, I mean, there's not going to be it's not going to look pretty on the daily then. So if it's really going to be kind of, I feel like it's like a build kind of session. I mean, if I wasn't trading on NinjaTrader today, I might not even want to
Yeah.
really look at it too much even because it kind of needs to digest. I feel like it needs to do price action needs to do some discovery. So
Yeah, I mean
it's a
that
tough day always.
if we
Gaps
were to
up.
go at the end of the day, if we were going to go back and fill that gap and close down there on a daily candle, it would be a complete rejection candle of everything that's going on. I mean, it would be completely a rejection. I don't know. I mean, it's hard for me to imagine, but stranger things have happened.
Yeah, stranger things have happened, and that's why I'm saying like today is kind of a day I'd rather watch price action than be too much of a participant in it. Like maybe I'll take a couple trades here and there, but you have such a large range to work with
Yeah.
that, like if what you say like what happens, right, where we come all the way back down into this new week opening gap, which is where we, but the space between we closed on Friday and here opened on Sunday. I mean, yeah, it's like a huge retracement down like 500 points. Um, and we close there. That'd be good for tomorrow's session, right? Where I'd be more
Yeah.
bearish or thinking like that was a swing high. Now I'd rather the next two sessions concentrate on shorting any retracements and such. But here now it's kind of like, oof, I don't know, man. You have this huge, massive gap on the 4 hour. I need to see here. Maybe I'll take this fib here from where we started. But again, the swing low is kind of here. So this is midpoint of where we on the Sunday. But I'd rather just go here actually on let's go back to the 4 hour there. I'd rather include that. So from here, yeah, 50% retracement of this leg would be quite steep in itself. It's like 400 points within this little 1 hour. So I mean, it's a hard tape to be a New York trader here because I mean, we just went up, popped up how many points in the Nasdaq? 600. We gapped up about 250 and then went up another 500. So, not my
Yeah.
favorite kind of day to trade here.
No, I
Uh,
know. It's like up 755, 3.77% right now. I mean, it's a crazy large number.
yeah. And I mean, we've seen more than that range like 3 weeks ago, but it's kind of surprising now with how much we've contracted the past 2 weeks. Because the ranges have been so small. Now
Yeah.
we have a larger range to work with. Hey, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe some more volatility is back in the game and we could find some nice good trades, but considering that huge range, yeah, I'm probably going to end up understanding that the stops are probably going to be wider again since we just made a larger range. So I'm writing that, also writing that we had expansion during London, so New York could be consolidation. I'm just going to write those notes to myself again. um like
Are
note the
you
stops.
are you writing on it with a pencil and paper?
Yeah, because I like doing the old fashioned way.
No, I love that, man. I was talking to Tracy it's yesterday, Sunday. We were talking about today, and we were talking about taking notes. Journaling basically, taking notes like old-fashioned way, right? Pencil, pen, whatever, on a notepad. And I think there's your brain processes this information better that way. I think there's like science. I don't know.
There
I'm not
is.
a scientist, but there's science behind it, right?
Yeah, I'm actually, yeah, exactly. I'm really into that kind of stuff. I mean, I do love reading different studies on that too. I mean, I have a degree in biomedical engineering that I don't use anymore, but I do like to read into the science part of it and everything. Like the thing is, you're externalizing your inner thoughts, and it helps create a more concrete in your sense of it in your mind. And even for just writing anything out, it helps you process it better. It's going to stick in your brain better. Or even if you're, journaling anything, your emotions or your day or anything, it literally helps you process it better, make a better sense of who you are and like your ideas. And I do like the physical part of it. Yeah. Especially if I'm kind of, you can jot anything down. You don't even need to have like such a structure. After the session, I will go into like a trading journal, an electronic one, because then it takes my stats and makes it pretty clean. But during the session and like all other things, I have a lot of journals, and I do at like the old fashioned way. Like there's a reason why things worked out so well for hundreds of years, especially like for the
Right.
poets and everything else.
Right.
Like you get your best ideas actually when your mind's not even actively working, but when you're kind of like on a stroll, like even walking. I
Yeah.
don't like to have, I don't play any music while I'm walking or going place to place anymore because your brain is constantly overstimulated. And that's not how we're meant to process all this information from the world all at once. It's like that. So you need to give a break here and there, and then you're able to really process your ideas better. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I have sticky notes all over my monitor, and I write in cursive, and my kids will show up and say like, "What language is that?"
That's adorable. Uh, yeah, I mean, yeah, even in that sense, you're still, yeah, I'm fine with getting like having it kind of messy too. I mean, that's half the fun, really.
Yeah.
So, exactly. I have my little notepad, kind of noting like the stops that we're gonna need to have today.
Yeah.
Noting, I'm
Good.
definitely gonna be noting like how large the ranges of the 1 minute candles are. And especially you guys know, the first 15 to 30 minutes of the open, really want to know like, are we going to range? Or are we gonna have a fast open? And that will kind of do like a temperature check for the rest of the day. Today is Monday and we do not have any red folder news. So tomorrow is CPI. Oh no. Okay, so that's like really I don't know. I really have low expectations for this session today, you guys, but we'll find out here.
Yeah. All right. All right. Well, I'm gonna back out, I'm going to take some notes. I'm going to be back here watching while you do your thing. So I wish you the best of luck in trading the open.
All right. Thank you, Jim. All right, you guys, you're stuck with me now. Ha 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 ha. Let's see. We got it. I really don't love that today's day. I mean, tomorrow's CPI, you guys. Let's see here. Yeah, tomorrow's CPI, we have no red folder news. And we have expansion during London. So it's literally like a cocktail for my low probability market conditions today. So in that regard, I'm gonna have to definitely think about the kinds of trades I'm gonna be taking. So that means more likely I want to take like the SMR, the smart for money reversal, or like the first distribution or accumulation of the market maker sell model or buy model. So I don't want to be in like a confirmation, like too many confirmations, because if I think the delivery might be off if we start consolidating. I really want to get into after a manipulation and not after a first target is taken for continuation. So if that was like an overwhelming sentence for you, I mean, just stick with me and we'll talk about what that looks like throughout the session. Yeah, I don't love this situation right now. We're London expansion. I mean, the good part is that, you know, at least bullish structure has been holding. And we'll kind of see today if dips are bought up and such. Pullbacks. Let's have some electrolyte. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, that's just to visualize how much our range is really also. It's 200 points on ES from the swing low before Friday's close. And on NASDAQ, it's like 800 points. And this is to visualize where the midpoint of this is. I mean, this is the April 2nd high down to here. And the April 2nd high for NASDAQ is, we hit it way before ES did, right? So it's lower in that regard. And this is just some buy side liquidity, the next swing high after that. So on the daily, right? We took out 2 swings to the downside now, like 1, 2. It was interesting. And 1 candle. So 1 candle on the 4-hour on ES. Yeah. It's quite the candle there. See this? What did you guys vote in the chat, by the way? For bearish, bullish, neutral? Did we get that pull up? I would say today I'm neutral because I think it's going to be consolidation. With a slight, yeah, I'm very neutral today. Yeah. Let's see here. I'm seeing, okay, 57% bullish, 18% bearish, and 25% neutral. Interesting. Well, you guys are certainly going with the order flow there, bullish, gap and go. I mean, we're gonna see also in the first, like, at the open. Are we just gonna continue higher? And where are your next targets really then? So we can go up to all the way back up to 6,000. That's definitely a possibility, but I don't think today. Tomorrow's CPI also. It's quite the interesting type of day here. This candle completely rebalanced this here. Yeah, I don't really have many more upside targets for like the meantime right now. Except all the way back up here. Could go to the weekly. All right, weekly. Yeah, we can go to 21,340-ish on the NASDAQ. See the weekly. Yes, we already are in this weekly FEG. Okay. I'm very neutral today. I don't really love that. Like I think my best trades happen when I have a clean idea at the open, before the open. Best trades are like, oh, I wanted these equal highs taken, or I wanted this buy side taken, and then a shift to the downside. I'm bearish today, and I see like a 4-hour point of interest taken, and like before the open by, during London session, we retraced on the 15-minute broke structure to the downside bearish structure, and then I just go for the New York continuation. But here we have London expansion, not London manipulation. So, yeah, that's not my favorite type of day to trade at all. And we'll see here. I mean, I have a lot of friends, not gonna lie, they've been complaining about the price action recently too. Last week though, I took 2 days where I didn't take trades actually. I did well, but it was still a tricky environment. But Friday, I literally looked on Thursday and I was like, nah, it's not gonna look good because the 4-hour we didn't close above a swing high with a displacement. We wicked it, and so we're probably gonna return into a range, and we did. Anyway, some like my friends have been definitely complaining about the price action lately. I have a lot of trader friends. Um, some of them are even taking breaks for a little bit, but it does feel like there's a lot of back and forth between like, tariff talk and rate talk. So all you gotta do is make sure that you stick around through the hard times, so then you could capitalize off the easier times where structure is clear and you have a clear plan. So yeah, I mean, this is the 15-minute. This is London, a low within London. Like we can just come back into this area too, but even just a retracement to here would still mean it's bullish. It couldn't just retrace to here and wick, and then we'll kind of find out what that entails. But yeah, this is a humongous 15-point candle here at 3:15 a.m. About 300 points. And tomorrow's CPI. Okay, so it's kind of like a few things that are yuck. It's like, okay, London expansion, buy side target hit, targets hit. It's because that was April 2nd high was pretty much what I was looking for on ES, especially since it was making a new weekly high there on Thursday. And then here CPI tomorrow. And then also, what was the last thing? No red folder news. So that means like today if I take a trade, I want to either just take an inversion FEG at like an extreme of the range, or which would entail like a smart money reversal, or first distribution or accumulation. There must be manipulation before the trade. Okay, so that means like I don't want to take a silver bullet type entry from like the market maker buy models or sell models, which means like I don't want to take it. For example, if we already take like a swing low or something, if we already take this swing low, which is like a liquidity level. And then we just kind of retrace and before swing high that made that swing low. I'm not going to just straight up short into that. If you know what I mean. So, because then it could easily be a high resistance environment, low probability environment where we take out the swing highs that took out the swing lows, you know, consolidation. So we'll see how this goes. It's not my favorite cup of tea. Mm-mm. So what I mean is like if this takes down here, makes a swing high, and then it retrace. I wouldn't like short into this because it's likely that this will just then take out the swing high that made the swing low just because of this environment that I just talked about. Even if it ends up doing it, it's less likely for it to be a clean trade. So I'd rather not take that kind of trade. Just seen it be lower probability in these kinds of environments. So we'll see how this ends up going. I'm like ready, but also I'm not too trigger happy. I'm also ready to size smaller in regards because there's a likely chance there's going to be like 40-point stops, 50-point stops today if we have this huge range. And also it's the day before CPI. So definitely take a smaller sizing than usual. Have to remember that. So we'll see. We'll be noting. I like to hang out on the 15-minute before the open. The previous, so next like buy side that it took out. Fed funds expect Fed to ease rates by 56 BPS of the queue for trade deals. Interesting. So definitely want to see what the open's like. Are we gonna just continue surging higher? I mean, first 15 minutes, we just kind of continue taking out a high. It'll be fine. Might even be good. Depends on how you act there. Gotta look at like then the higher time frame for some extensions. I have some here. We just have like this massive here, massive BISI on the hourly and the 4-hour. Actually, no, this is not BSO. This is the swing low during London. Okay. Let me go back to the daily there. I said liquidity was all the way down here. That's funny. It's just a swing low during London. It's just sell side liquidity. Very minor sell side liquidity. Here's the open. Here's the open. Nice little drop. It's dropped about 50 points in 1 minute or so. Right? So already dropping towards that minor sell side. Yeah, it requires like a 60 or 50 point stop. That's a humongous 1 minute candle. And we are just continuously dropping down to there. If we hit this without any kind of retracement to here, then like I said, then it could end up just being seek and destroy and taking out that high later. Be risking like 60 to make 90. It's not too bad. It's a 1.5 hour, so if it even retraced to here. We'll take out the fib here. Yeah, this would be 50%. There's a whole leg down there from the open. Looks like it's continuously just dropping though without much of a retracement. We'll see. Pretty fast market for so far, right? So far, we moved about 120 points in 5 minutes. If we hit this level before up here, then, that short idea is taken out of the equation for now. So far looking very weak there. It's not even retracing, taking out this high into this huge gap. It's even respecting this. I personally would have wanted to shorten here and just not retracing, so that's fine. Certainly not chasing price there. So yeah, the stop would have had to be like 50 points there. It's just literally reading price action there. So let's see if we hit this little sell side now. Then we have to reassess. It's like a 4-hour point of interest. You can see like the reversals are very slow. This also shows it's not going to be that great of a day. So we'll see. Yeah, I don't like these candles, how they're very efficient and they're wicking back and forth a lot versus being one-sided. Don't really have buys right now. I'm very neutral. I said this was, if there was a nice breakage structure, I'd go for that sell side. There was no retracement. I'm fine with that. There's just a lot of back and forth wicking. You can kind of see that there's not any clean reversal bars that indicate like an energetic shift or anything. So maybe ES does catch up to this. We'll see. I think because it was like a huge amount of the chat that was bullish. It was like 58% bullish or something. US tariffs on China. Okay, China to reduce tariffs on US goods to 10% from 125% for 90 days. That's funny. Yep, that. So how much did we drop here since the open? It was first 13 minutes of the day. We dropped around 200 points, a little less, like 180 points. Okay. Tracing that 60-minute huge BISI, buy set imbalance, sell side inefficiency. It's looking like at a previous swing high there. We'll see how it reacts to that. So far, we're really, yeah, the case for bullishness is not there right now. Even if on ES, there's not even any bearish FEG, by the way. Maybe the tiniest one there, not even. But ES, there was one here, and we didn't even invert it. We just retraced here. So ES making a slight new low there on the session. So since we hit this minor sell side, it's not really much to write home about. Pretty much now just marking out previous swing highs in both ES and NQ. There's just to illustrate, there's been no market structure shift yet. To see it if it does were to happen. So far, nothing. Like I said, the reverse, there's been no like clean reversal ideas. Just kind of consolidating around this level. Yes, it hasn't hit the minor sell side yet. Maybe it will. Maybe there'll be an S&T there. There certainly is a little bit of one here. ES didn't make a new low there, and ES made a new low, and Q did not. But it's not like there's any energetic pushes up here that would take my attention, you know? Look at this, ugly, ugly. See, is this going to become something? Nope, no FEG there. Just an immediate rebalance, which I'm kind of interested in there. Do you see how that pretty much, let's see, let's put in the bar and price. Immediate rebalance, this low touch this high. Yeah, struggling there. I don't see any clean FEG to get part of though. So I'm not taking that. There's no first accumulation for me to get part of there. And look, it's kind of coming back. A lot of back and forth here within this one candle. See? Yeah, struggling there at that high. The next swing high was here. Yeah, struggling at that swing high. Wouldn't be surprised if ES kind of makes another low. Need to break a displacement. Some really small candles. Two small body candles. That could precede a large one, so maybe we'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe there will be another push up to the upside. That's cleaner, but right now, no, I don't like this. Yeah, still has like minor sell side to go for. She's certainly the weaker one. Looking for any more bullishness to be a part of, but right now could be developing. We'll see. See where this candle closes. Well, today is really just a lot of back and forth. It didn't even give me my retracement here again. Let's see. Is it gonna hit this high before it retraces to here? That'd be kind of annoying. This would be my first target. How funny, ES already did. So that immediate rebalance there really showed everything. Okay. Long here. I'll put my stop below this minor sell side. I would just take like 1 minute here. If it even gets there. Let's see. Okay. My stop is just below this. Honestly, I shouldn't really get to here. I'd be aiming for here, just like a movement back into this area, ideally. So far, it's like a huge drop down into here. We'll see how much time I spend in drawdown. I might just get stopped down in like 2 minutes. If I do, that's fine, but so far it's quite that push lower. My stop is below 3 where 3 PD arrays fail, so it's like 1, the fair value gap, the immediate rebalance, and then I like this minor sell side slash this previous breaker block body low. And I'd be going for a movement back up to here. So it's more than what I'm risking to go back to the upside. Ideally, I'd want to see it shoot up through this area, but so far 1 minute in drawdown. And ES not looking that great. It did take out that high, so it's a little bit difficult. Even from here to here, let's see, from here to there, it's like 40 points. This is also risking, yeah, 40. So just to here is a 1R, but I'd want more to even to here. But we'll see what ends up happening there. I'm very close to my stop loss. That's kind of like the last line in the sand. It did hold up for now, but we'll see. Could totally still take me out. You can see that there was like a tiny volume imbalance there. Hold it up for now. That's why my stop's below that previous minor sell side. Kind of giving it a yeah, 3 PD arrays to fail, including this breaker block body. That's why it's slightly below it. And I do understand I've like longed in a premium of this leg. And ES is looking ugly, so I might get stopped. If it hits this target first, then that definitely stops at break even. Ideally, like what I would want to see is it come back up and really break through this with like large candle bodies. But with how it reacted so far, it's really not looking too hot for me. So we'll see. So for a lot of small candle bodies there, a lot of back and forth fighting. Hitting that area again. A lot of back and forth there. Some people might want to wait until this inversion gets taken again to the upside. Okay, I got stopped out there. Clean stop. I was in this trade for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. Yeah, I don't really love that. So we're just gonna wait for what this price action wants to do. Let's see here. Staying pretty heavy below. Go back here. So this is the minor sell side. Did I mess that up for you guys? No, I didn't mess it up. I had it below it. Okay, it's fine. Let's see if ES ends up hitting this. I'm not really looking to do anything right now, honestly. Maybe I could have said, nah, I don't want to take this because ES did take this little high and Q didn't. I still thought it was worth a try because NASDAQ was the stronger one. So kind of weird. ES didn't reach this. So there's a lot of back and forth happening since we hit this. So it's more likely than not, it's not going to be a great session. Let's see. Fine with taking a loss there. I took the loss to find out whether we're going to have a smoother session, and we didn't. So just pretty much consolidating all around where the swing high was, above and below it, and I don't like that. Yeah. Don't like it. What's a 15 look like now? You have a big civvy. I think today could be consolidation. The rest of the session I already found out here with my loss there. And we've not really done much. We didn't even make a new low here on ES yet. Go to the 30-second there. I wonder what that like immediate rebalance looked like here. Remember when it was going to here? I wonder if that was like a 30-second fair value gap. Probably was. See that? Oh, well, actually wasn't. It's just kind of really gyrating there. And then I had that small push up and then no fall through after that. So I got stopped out around here. Since then, we're now back up. Having had fall through to the downside or the upside, really. So I don't like this. You can see it's been since we hit this first sell side, we didn't really do much, you guys. Let's see. Very ugly. Mm. Yeah, no clean reversals either. This likely just continues to consolidate. I don't like it, you guys. It's ugly. So, I mean, yeah, whatever. We'll basically just watch some barcode action, honestly. Hmm. You can see there just the fact that we're not having any clean quick reversals there. Here's an inversion. We didn't take out another low here, go to the sell side on ES. We also aren't having any on the 1 minute, any more clean 1 minute bullish FEGs or inverting this. That's why I can tell, oh yeah, we're probably gonna stay barcoding for a while. And if it takes out a swing high or a swing low, it's like a nasty grind to get there, and I don't really want to participate in it, you know? I thought this was going to be the easy target, or even this after seeing this like nice break of another swing high and inversion. I longed in here and quickly got shown I was in drawdown the whole time, and that's it. It was a quick little rip off the bandage for trying longs, and I'm certainly fine with that. Kind of, that's it. I tried follow the plan. I mean, I could have decided not to take that and waited until like another inversion to get in because of this divergence there with ES taking this high. But I still thought it was worth it. And that's it. It's fine here. It's been paid a price to know that for sure it's gonna be ugly now. I mean, ugly consolidation. Has been since like we dropped like the first 2 or 3 minutes and dropped to this minor sell side. Since then there's not been much to write home about. We had a bullish FEG here and then a bearish one, so a BPR, and we've been just digging into it. Not a lot of energy, nothing near the first 2 or 3 minutes of the day, right? Just back and forth. It's not worth it for me to get into another long here because it would be literally the same exact trade idea, and I don't want to execute twice on the same idea. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed in regards to like a different time frame structure. I'm not going to take the same exact type of trade, especially with what price has shown me so far, like the lack of energy. Just a little business expense. Let's see here. Now after 10 minutes it took since it reached up to here to close above that little bearish fair value gap. I'm just going to continue price reading. Let's see what happens after this. But I guess some of the theme of the morning has been like, yeah, I couldn't get a retracement there to the downside. It didn't, yeah. And then for the upside, it didn't respect that. So, nor did I get a retracement to here actually until this did here, I suppose. But it's ugly retracement. Continue tape reading. Now we have some bullish. We'll see how like how the destination is going, the journey to the next swing highs. How does that actually go here for NASDAQ? Because I am doubtful about it, you know. Thank you. If you said bless you, thank you. Okay. ES about to hit that 955 high. So ES took out this 933 high, 955, and now we just we're pretty much made like an equal high there actually. While NQ is lagging. Yes, closed above that 955 high. Certainly the stronger one today. This looks quite bad. I mean, we have a SIBI, 15 minutes SIBI there. NQ definitely lagging. It's like the same thing would happen earlier. So see if like NQ ends up disrespecting this on the downside. Because again, and ES took this high. NQ didn't. Certainly, it's pretty much the same exact trade idea as I had earlier here. That's why I said I'm not going to take the same thing again, especially in a low probability environment. So, the fair value gap in 50% is this lower one, actually. We'll see if it retraces to here, and we'll see how it reacts to that. I don't really love it because how slow the reversal has been. See if it disrespects this or what, 'cause if that's going to be the same type of vibe as before, it's just going to be consolidating. Reach into the lower one here. What does chat think? Are we gonna disrespect this, go lower, or are we gonna hit this high next? Let me know. This is the 50% FEG and 50%. I don't really love it. Yes, took out this high again, you know. I wouldn't want to long the weaker one here. Tried it earlier, but earlier, honestly, NQ was looking better than ES. Mhm. You see that the wick, then this next candle's not really looking too promising here. It's looking like we're gonna just consolidate, and I knew that since getting stopped here. It's pretty ugly. We just disrespected those fair value gaps. So yeah, it's an ugly delivery. Since that first 15-minute candle, that's basically the entire range of the day. Honestly, the first like 5-minute candle, right? Yeah, first 15-minute. Why I said I wouldn't take the same trade twice, the same exact idea. I don't really care what ends up happening. It's just a very ugly type of delivery here. The reversal's taking forever. Um, yeah, this looked hopeful, and I tried along there, and then yeah, just this candle said everything there. Not very bullish. See on the 2 through 3-minute. I bet it looks ugly too. For the past 25 minutes, yeah, we've been in this range. Pretty small range too. 70-point range. wicking that low. It's not even closing clean up below lows, honestly. So we're not really having a good delivery. As expected since the beginning of this stream, you know? So I said I'll take a smaller size. I took one mini. And for me, that's small sizing nowadays because I'm now trading and also live personal account. I have it also copy traded to other accounts on smaller sizing, but that's basically it. I mean, tried the bullish stance. Said it today is a bad looking session before the open. It said London expansion could consolidate. Tried tried my hand there at a long just to back up to this gap. Or even to this high, which would have been really good, but yeah. You saw that we ran out of steam. Had another lower high there on NQ versus ES. Again, now we're back towards the lower side of the range, so we're ranging a lot today. No red folder news. CPI is tomorrow. So tomorrow, it's my favorite kind of day to trade. There's no point of me over trading, wasting my money and energy and time, right? Like put one business expense here, but here there's not a lot of point. Tomorrow I think it's gonna be a really good, much better price action type of day. We'll see. So ES after taking this high and then again now it's finally looking to perhaps take the minor sell side. Hmm. Can't imagine people are trying to short also here and then getting stopped out here at ES before getting dropped. It's a new low of the session. Here, ES finally took that sell side. Hmm. Decent reaction there. See what ends up happening here the rest of the session. $10.33. Bunch of sibbies here on the 5. The 2 and the 5. So how much are we up or down right now? NASDAQ, let's see. Pretty sure after all that we're up 2.8%. Hmm. Yeah, I don't want to be a hero in this type of price action. Like so many SIBI's down here. We took out some sell side. I mean, I'm definitely not chasing here. This could certainly continue consolidating all the way and retrace deeply back up. And it's not really something I want to long either, because there's just, you don't know where it's going to stop here, and the RR is just not looking good. Yeah, so I really could not care less about this price action today. I don't even care. Tomorrow's CPI. I care way more about tomorrow. Way too many of you guys were bullish. Like 58% bullish this morning. I even tried for some sort of like sell side I had taken first, right? For my long. It's like that minor sell side. Yeah, I longed in a premium. Maybe that was the issue. I'll journal that later. I think the bigger issue is that ES took this high there and NQ didn't. And this kind of environment, you don't really want to, I don't really want to put that risk then. So other than that though, it's fine. Took a little stop out here and then we just slowly grind it up. It's not like, and I said I wouldn't take this one. It's the same kind of trade. The same thing was unfolding there, and then we dropped. For ES there, I mean, yeah, if you were bearish at that point, after that inversion, that would have been like a 1.8 R or something. If you had shorted here, 31, risking like 9 to make 18 or something. Yeah, around a 2 R, but really at that point, it's really looking ugly. I don't want to participate in a consolidation type environment. Could definitely have paused here and then slowly grind it up again for a third drive into this area. So that's where I see like the probabilities are not in my favor after taking that one loss earlier. It's just not worth it for me. Let's see here. The 15 doesn't look cute. See how ES fares here. 6 minutes left in this 15-minute candle. Looks like it's wicking this. NQ certainly a little, yeah, it's certainly weaker. It's much lower from this swing low down there. All I see is like us just grinding on the hourly. The 4 hour here. Yeah. Yeah, now this 15-minute on ES is now turned green. All we did right now is hit a London low, like swing low, and now we're having a 1-minute structure shift. And I don't even like it because there's, SIBIs above, a lot of them. You know, you had a 15-minute rejection there in ES. Then it had a 1-minute structure shift. Pretty much here, right? So it broke a low here. So we'll see what ends up happening. I mean, it's more likely we're just in a consolidation environment. There's massive FEG here on the 5 here, right? So I was looking there. There's really no point. There's one upper one here. Just no. It's 15 minutes now. Bullish, more green. It's gonna end green, right? Yeah. Wick this low. ES certainly looking stronger there. Wick this low back into the range. Doesn't really mean I want to go for that last swing high or anything. But it's just showing me that we're back in the range again. I don't really have an idea even for the rest of the session for a bias, you know. Because my idea is that we're going to consolidate, so it's low probability. There's no point of me trying a long or a short, really, because high resistance on both sides. The hourly look like? Yeah. This hourly has been a lot of back and forth from 10 a.m. This is here. It's a lot of back and forth within this last hour of the day. You can see it here, a lot of wicks on both sides. Yes, it's slightly more bullish. Looking on the hourly of where it started. Yeah, we dipped into this area. It's not like we had a clean delivery from there. Yeah, I don't really care. It's an ugly environment, honestly. Basically almost took up the entire swing to the downside now, which makes sense. It's a seek and destroy environment, right? Not really. Yeah, I wasn't really interested in taking the inversion long from here. There's no point for me to do that because I said it's looking, yeah, pretty ugly. Measure this like now to see if it ends up retracing. $10.50 macros here, you guys. See the 10 minutes leading up to London close. Are we going to just surge up higher? We're going to retrace into this area and then go up higher. I don't know. We'll see. $10.50. Just look at what we've done during the session. It just is a lot of back and forth mostly. Yes, this is a pretty boring day. These tiny body candles now. It's so boring. I'm sorry. Sorry, I can't tell the market to move more. I mean, we literally thought about that though today. That, yeah, such a massive move during London. It was unlikely for New York to do much. So we'll see. I think the best thing to do right now is to preserve your capital, not overtrade or anything. Yes, like slowly grinding up higher. Certainly slightly the stronger sister today. Yes, completely taking out that swing high that took out that minor sell side liquidity. So they're showing you that this is a high resistance liquidity run day, you know. Taking out the high that takes out the swing low. And NQ is much weaker, didn't even reach there yet. Yeah, the only possible entry there would have been if you took this inversion here, stop at the swing low, that would have been a nice RR, but like I said, I'm not over trading this environment, and yeah, there was no second entry there, no retracement into 50%. So we can just watch this happen, unfold, see if NQ ends up catching up. She certainly has not. We'll see how it reacts to this little FEG there that took out this little tiny swing high, but to see if it uses this to catch up, but I don't know, we'll see. I really don't like this price action today. I've been saying it since pre-market. We're at the same area as the 10 a.m. open right now on NQ. Just goes to show. It's a lot of back and forth. Yeah, we close below this. Doesn't look good. We reach down into lower. Again, we're having that ES take out this high. NQ doesn't. It's been kind of the theme. Even on just the 1 minute. So I don't really see much to do. We could come back down into here now, but by then it'll be 11. And yeah, you have this lovely, beautiful range to work with. You can see there's like a lack of continuation lower, lack of follow through on both sides. So it's not fun. We're kind of just going to be generating more liquidity for tomorrow is my guess. And then tomorrow will be a more interesting CPI.
Hey, Tanya.
Hi, Jen.
Hey, Stowe. Oh, you're muted, brother.
Sorry. Good morning.
There we go.
Morning, Tanya. What's up?
Good morning. How are you?
Oh, great. Doing great.
Are you trading
Kind
now
of.
from 11 to what's your session?
11 to noon today.
Oh, okay, okay. Good luck. I don't really like this action. I took
Yeah.
one trade.
Yeah, it's been these yeah, I hate a gap up, and this has been like 1,000 point gap up. So
Yeah, exactly. So not pushing the button too hard today. Took one trade, tried a long, and then quick loss. I like held it for like 5 minutes, quick loss, and then yeah, that's basically it. Didn't really find anything else worth my risk, worth putting an expense down. I mean, tomorrow's CPI, so I think tomorrow will be probably better. You're gonna be trading basically like yeah, oh, into the lunch hour. Okay. London
yeah,
close it to lunch.
yep. Yeah, I like that 11:30 to noon spot, depending on what London wants to do. I thought they were going for that gap for a second there. Um,
Yeah.
it's been pointing to the gap fill, but then the bid from hell started at like 7:10, just in NQ, and it hasn't really stopped. So I'm seeing all my stuff is conflicted right now. I need to filter through it and see which side I want to be on, I think.
Well,
Yeah.
the initial balance low is like holding its own right now.
Yep. There was definitely something down there, and then sellers quit. So I don't know.
Hmm. Yeah, but yeah, so yeah, Tanya had difficult circumstances today.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, this is not an easy morning to trade. I didn't touch it at all until, I don't know, maybe half an hour ago. I started just half size taking ideas, and they were both wrong. So now I'm just chilling.
Yeah, I got you, Sam. I took like half size exactly. So like, oh well. Oh well, I mean that's what you got to work with. If you're gonna trade Monday after a gap, humongous gap up, no red folder news, and then tomorrow CPI, it's a mix of very difficult situations. So all in all, I'm happy. Didn't overtrade, didn't take too many trades, took one, put the expense down, and that's basically it. We'll see tomorrow. I'm kind of interested in how CPI is gonna go.
Yeah, same. I'll probably slap this whole thing right back down. I've seen that movie a couple times.
Me too.
So, but Tanya, thank you so much for this morning. I think me and you are going to be doing tape talk tomorrow because I think Deli is out one more day.
All right, cool.
Deli's still on vacation, huh?
I don't know. He might be working behind the scenes. You never know with that guy. He works hard. He sends me messages on Sundays.
Maybe he just had a really big Mother's Day, and he's still recovering from that.
He posted a really nice, really great picture of him and his mother
Oh, I
on
saw
X.
that. Yep, that was
Yeah, that
awesome.
was good. Yeah. Yeah. So, any event, all right. Thanks, Tanya. Stowe's going to take it from here, and we will talk mañana.
All right, see ya. Good luck in trading.
Thanks, Tanya. Good to see you again.
Bye bye.
All right. Don't forget to smash the like button. Tanya was, come on, guys, let's get in there. And Stowe's here. It's like the
What's up,
all-star
Jim?
team again. Let's do it. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you? How was your chill time?
Showtime was good. I drove down to this place called Monteverde, Florida, which is surprisingly
Ooh.
cool place south of Jacksonville, and
Okay.
um, was a sponsor for my godson's confirmation.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, so I
Oh,
got to meet the
congratulations, buddy.
bishop.
That's so cool.
It, it was great. It was great. I got to meet the bishop on the day we got a new pope, so it was pretty
Whoa.
festive. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Um, I tried really hard to do a really good job with the sign off, and I did it great once, and then I blew it the second time. So I'm batting
Wow.
500 on the sign off, Jim.
That's all right. I've been saying the same thing for 4 years now. So I have it embedded in my head.
Well, I wrote it down for Thursday and nailed it, and then Friday I tried to just draw it from memory, and it wasn't there.
Oh no, that's all right, man. I'm sure you did great. I'm sure I missed you. I did. I missed everybody Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, man, we missed you too. I'm glad you're back, dude.
Yeah, yep. So, well, here we go, man. We'll see if we get some price action for you today.
Yeah, it'll do something. I mean, it's a big range. I can't complain. I've been sitting in 40 point ranges for the last 2 weeks, so we finally have
Yeah.
some stuff to work with here. So we'll talk about it. And I took some Globex trades last night too. I'm going to talk about. I had an
Oh,
A
yeah.
plus Globex setup. So once we got the kid to bed, I sat here and grinded out some points. So that's cool. We'll talk about that too.
Yeah, no, I know. Nick wasn't, he was on last night. He was great, but he doesn't go really deep into the night. It's Sunday night. Give the guy a break, right?
Yeah.
So, but he did his plan and his setup, and he was like, "What am I looking at, man?"
Yep. Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's tough to plan. You kind of have to throw the plan out the window and just go to your bread and butter setups, just your price action stuff, your order flow stuff at that point. So that's all I'm really looking at today. Just looking for my general things, and we'll see if we can find something.
Yeah, I mean, Nazi right now, we're really just sitting right at that session point of control, which is turning out to be a popular popular hotspot.
Yes. They really tried to push it down here. I thought they were going for the gap fill. Because the thing I look at is I really watch the opening drive on a gap up like this. And opening drive sold down big time. So this was telling me we're probably going to go for the gap fill. But I mean, conflicting, because when you gap up this much, it's extremely bullish. So you have to be head on a swivel for that stuff. So I tried just 2 lots, just 2 micros down here, just to try to get that push. And then once I got stopped, I flipped long and scalped it back. So scratch on the day for the time being. I think I'm up maybe like 50 points, but nothing crazy.
Yeah.
Don't really have a good spot to initiate yet. So
Well,
chill.
when you say I'm up X, Y, Z, it doesn't matter the number, man. That's good.
Yep. Yep. Exactly. It's good. It's good to stay green if you can, but also stay in your process at the same time.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, I'm gonna let you do your thing. I'm gonna
Okay.
back down, take some notes here, and I'll see you in a little bit.
Sounds good. Thanks, man.
Yep. Good.
Hey, Tracy. Good morning. Oh, you did? Oh, thanks. That's cool. So yes, good morning. Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Monday. I hope everybody had a nice weekend. We had a really, really nice Mother's Day, and yeah, it was beautiful weather. Just wonderful, perfect spring Pennsylvania stuff. So I'm feeling great, recharged. I'm watching. So you guys want to see something funny? So you know how I plot the European 30-second opening range. Occasionally, that thing gets really, really big. So this was it. This was 30 seconds of the European opening range, 560 to 778. So over 200 points traded in 30 seconds back here. So let's scroll back and take a look. Yep, there's our candle. So yeah, there's a lot we can take away from that. Meaning that Europe was pretty stoked on the idea of the China tariff situation being sorted out. Whatever this news was, maybe this is people that needed to cover immediately. Could be anything, but there's a lot of pain in this candle on on the side of people who were short. So when we have a situation like that, it's really important for me to just relax, not try to force anything, not try to think too hard about direction bias. I really try to keep that out of my head. as we're looking at what the tape's actually doing today. So, and then I'll get into what I talked about. So here's the opening drive down. We look at this for continuation. We haven't come back to test the OR mid yet. So, I mean, we're pretty short off the open. However, we're staring at a giant gap up, which is extremely bullish. Also, sellers failed to push past this 700 bid. This bid just kept reloading and reloading and reloading, and eventually sellers gave up. And that's when we got this. Whenever I see this sort of action like this just straight grindy up, no pullback, this is typically just people covering a position that was short down here. So, and now we're just consolidating. It would be pretty painful if this was going to be our day today. But also, we'll go back and we'll talk about my Globex trade. Okay, so Globex opens. I don't have a volume profile on for Globex, but you can use your imagination. Globex opens here at this line, so this is also the weekly open. Sunday Globex open is when we make a very important piece of MGI called the weekly open, and that's just the opening print where it opens at Sunday. And immediate bid, we have gapped up bigly. I think I forget what it was, 145. Yeah, almost. I mean, 250, almost 300 points. Yeah, 250. That's a pretty big gap up. I like to see this retest and go. I'm looking at the DOM pretty heavily for this stuff. Also in Globex, there's some important things that I want to talk about as far as trading it. Globex, I do not market in. I use limit orders in Globex because the tape is extremely thin. The spread over here was like 5 or 6 points, so I wasn't able to trade it until here, where it got a little better. The spread got like 6 to 8 points, or I'm sorry, 2 to 3 points in here. So, and I'm just doing one lot, one micro to start. And this is where I'll allow myself some room to build a 2 to 3 micro position. Also, I have market if touched stop losses on. That means that if that order is touched in any way, it's going to market me out of that position. It's not a limit order, because your limit orders can get skipped, especially in Globex, especially in a gappy, news-driven environment. So it's super important for me, and I think it should be for everybody to use market if touched stop losses, especially in Globex, but you should probably do it all the time. Hey, Pax. Pax, you've talked about this market if touched stop losses many times. It's key. You don't want to get slipped. It's not a fun time. So yeah, this is all I look for. Looking for DOM activity, interested buyers, people crossing the spread, and I just try to get into this position. So here I've got a couple singles on, take one off, add. So I've got a position of 2 now, back down to 1. So I'm just testing this idea very gently, and then we see it start to take off. These the Delta map candles flip. I'm also seeing stuff that another Globex clue that I like to look at if I want to make a trade in Globex is, am I seeing RTH behavior in Globex? That normally points to the idea that there is a lot of volume. There's more players than normal. And that's a spot where I can initiate a trade with confidence and it's not going to get chopped. That is actual activity. And that's what I was seeing here. I was seeing the DOM fill up. I was seeing the point, the time in sales, all the sweep stuff that I look for. I was looking at all of that. So we added here. Actually got in here full size plus these 2. So I had 6 on here. took most of them out, added back in here, took them out, and I'm just building and holding this position. You know, my average price is still floating around down here, and I'm still taking my base hits. Ultimately, I end up getting out of this trade here at 526. And I mean, I feel good because this is 100 points away from my trade idea. The other thing about me is if I have a position on overnight, I don't really have a good time. It's not cool. I don't like to go to bed with a position on because anything can happen and has happened to me overnight. This could have easily gapped down or it gaps up like crazy. So I told the internet, I'm done. Good night. And then obviously we get this giant candle and we are now trading, 300 points above where I got out. A lot of people can look at this and be like, that sucks. I missed out. I missed out on the opportunity. No, you didn't. I didn't. I feel zero regrets about this trade being closed right here because I did it for my process. I know that I don't like to hold a position overnight. It's not fun for me to, hang out and watch TV and think like, oh, what's my position doing? I just don't like it. So I'm happy that I closed this year, even though price ended up doing this. And I think it's important to note that if this happens to you, you don't have to feel FOMO about the points that you didn't capture. You should never, ever feel that because you can always, find another trade. You can always buy it again. You can always sell it. And you don't know what the market's going to do until the market does the thing that it's going to do. So that's just a little FOMO lesson that I have learned a long time ago. And if I can impart that onto anybody and anybody finds that useful, that would be cool. Good morning, Juan. Yoshi, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Today is not a trend day. It's a miss the trend day. Not possible. Sai, what was your question? This is set to default in NinjaTrader 8. I'm sorry. I missed it. Hey, Firmament, what's up? Fat Fish, what's up? Yeah, it's just not. Oh, the market stop? Yes. I think so, but you can go in here and just when you build your brackets, if you choose to trade with brackets or if you choose to trade with just a stop loss on, either way, you set that in here, I believe. Hey, big boy. My cats are sumo wrestling today. I don't know what's gotten into them. They've lost their minds. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with last night. I pulled a ton of points. I pulled at least a day's worth of work out of that, maybe two, which is good because I got humbled on Friday big time. Filling in for Jim was fun, but I was quickly reminded why I don't trade on Fridays. But you got to lose too. It's part of it. Does Orderflow Labs have a course on trading? No, not a course. There are several very smart traders in there that have, put videos up about their process and some of the trade setups that they use. Leo has documented several of his trade setups. Job has two. Cap does some, trade setup prep stuff too with his style, but there is no course, because there's no I don't want to put words in their mouth, but those dudes don't really prescribe to the idea that there is like a way to trade. So, and they all trade differently too. So there's no course like this is how you should trade. There is a ton of, you know, educational material on how the tools can be utilized and how you can apply the tools to your own trading to see the things that you would like to see and be able to make decisions about your process better with the tools. So there's a ton of that. Nice job, Curtis. That is a lot of money. $1,750 is plenty of money. You got taken. I mean, think about how long that takes somebody making $15 an hour to make. Like, think about that. $15 an hour. So be grateful for that. That's a good wage, man. That's very good. DZ says, can you give me a little explication now for VWAP? I'd love to answer your question. I'm not sure what sort of explanation you're looking for VWAP. I'll tell you anything you'd like to know. Yeah, fly it here. My kid says just do what the candles want to do, which is maybe like the most sage trading advice that I've ever heard. Just do what the candles want to do. Why didn't I think of that? That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Fatfish, that's great. That's also great. Being able to find gratitude in this work is very important, I think, to being sustainable. I think gratitude might be the enemy of greed also. I'm not sure if they work like that, but I think it's possible. Yeah, so I have two VWAPs working at the moment, DZ. This red and green line that changes, this is the session VWAP. So this starts at 9:30 Eastern time. And then I also have standard deviation bands on that VWAP too. So this is -1, -2, +1, +2. I also keep the 24-hour VWAP on. And because this is a good time to talk about this, actually. When there's insane Globex action, like giant gap up, all that, I will definitely pull up the 24-hour VWAP and pay attention to that and pay attention to those bands as well. So I don't have them on this execution chart that you're looking at now, but I'm also paying attention to where those bands are. And they're just as flat as this is now. So, like, I mean, Tanya was right. It looked like it was going down. I could have swore they were going to take the gap out, but then, you know, they didn't. And there's no way to know when you look back at this stuff. Like, sometimes there's a way to like, back here it rejected the 30-second OR, and by 30-second I mean this 200-point big green square. But there's really no way to know where the bid is going to come in all of this thin, because price shot through this. I mean, so I'm not trying to knife catch this for sure, and then I'm also not trying to sell it because we've gapped up so hard, and it just puts you in a weird headspace. And it's easy to get chopped up on days like this when you have conflicting information in your process. So for those reasons, I'm just chilling. Plus, I put my, I got my day's work in yesterday, so it's gonna have to be pretty good for me to try to put my full size on and work something. And golf day would be nice. Oh, sure, no problem, DZ. Anytime. NinjaTrader, Arlen, this the Delta profile is an order flow labs tool. All right, now we're coming down. I want to see this. Let's get down to 2. Time is 11:23. There's starting some action there. Let's see if this gets. Watching this spot. This is 750 area. Oops, I'm going to need 2 lots. I mean, seller really tried to press down here. And they just gave up. And this was turbo bid. They're kind of stepping on it now. Nope, pulled off. Okay. Take a shot. There's a nice little bid. Okay, now we're testing these lows again. Yeah, I need a cross here. The seller's kind of coming back. But I like that the Delta map flipped color there. Ooh. A little violence. Just a touch of violence there from a seller. Someone was in a bit of a bad mood. All right. Well, we got one. And I'm actually going to take... I'm just going to hold... this is either going to scratch out and be free, or it's going to go to the other side of the range. That's how I feel about it. So... we've got a free trade on. We'll try to get a good R on the second lot. So we come back into this value that it's built, this is just a lot of two-way tape up here. But it's a big gap up. Might as well try to see if it wants to keep going, It's okay, driver. It's not that great. I would have liked to see it come down here, honestly. We'll see. You never know. You never know what price is going to do. You just got to try to get in, and if your strategy is to have a free trade on your lower confidence stuff, that's kind of what I do. Oh, really stacking up the offer. My goodness. And they're filling them too. I mean, this is pretty healthy. Pull back and grab that. Still got to get overview up. Still got to get back in the OR. We still got to get above this. We got lots of work to do, but the bid's there. You see the sweeps coming in? Ooh. Seller again, big mad. Hey, Leo. Morning, bud. Zadie, this is a 750 volume candle chart. So time is not as much in a factor. A lot of offer. These 790s. You watch the Russell, Eric. That's fun. I have never messed with that. Never once. Come on, my target's crazy. Why? Yeah, fat fish. I see it too, bud. Much absorb. It's a shame. I just think we have I think we have the possibility to get up there because we haven't touched it. So like if this is gonna, okay, let's think about the trade idea, right? Why is my target all the way up there? Well, I only had 2 lots on, so I want to make the second lot. I took one to one. I want to make the second lot, worth it. And I'm only in this trade because I have this other idea. And my other idea is we sold straight off the open, straight off the pivot. Haven't touched it since. I haven't even got back to the OR mid. So I'd at least like, and maybe I should put it there. I should at least like this. See this again. So if this was the sell, if this was the pullback and we found our bid again, our Europe buyer here, and they're rewarded, and this was the pullback for that, it shouldn't come down and stop me out. It should continue higher because, we gapped up. That this is bullish. We're in a bullish moment right now. Albeit we're in a bullish moment from the Globex session, and we're in what started off as a bearish moment and is now a range day moment in RTH. So I'm just combining all of that stuff. And for those reasons, I'm like, well, if this is the long, I might as well try to see if the long can get back up to 860. And then I'll be wrong below this candle so that my stop's down here. I'm happy to be wrong for free because this trade's paid for with this first lot coming off. Now, I got a lot of stuff working against me. Number one, we're below VWAP. That sucks. We're below the 5-minute OR in general. This is a consolidating profile. This is absorption, meaning my team is losing at the moment. So we need to break through this passive seller in order to see anything move forward. But those are my cards. All you can do, put them on the table. See what happens. Yeah, sometimes I do think about deleting VWAP. Only when it's working against me. I also think about deleting the pivot. I've thought about deleting the OR mid. Pretty much anything that isn't in my favor. If I get it off of the chart, maybe it doesn't exist, Yeah, same, Con. Con, do you watch the Dom? I don't remember what you're up to with Delta stuff. No, fair enough. When do you take your break even? I don't move my stop to break even. The way I'm in this trade is like this trade is 1-to-1 risk to reward. You can see, so I got long 2 here, and then I sold 1 here, which pays for this stop to stay here. So I'm never going to move the stop, but this is a free trade. So if it comes down and stops me out, it will be scratch. Big seller at 850, you say? How big? Oh, you can't even see that high in the DOM. What are you talking about? 850. It just because this is. Did you see him back here, Con? There's no free lunch flight there. Don't trick me. Yeah, Matt, there is a well, so you got to take. Matt D says there's 90% chance of an overnight high or overnight low touch. Yes, that is true. That is a stat that exists. The thing that you should do when you're thinking about stats is consider the context of the day, right? So what market info is that pulling that stat from? Number one. So like we have this day where our Globex range is, let's just call it a bajillion points for the sake of argument, so I don't have to zoom all the way back out again. We have this day where the Globex range is a bazillion points, and you would think logically that maybe that day is less likely to touch an overnight high or overnight low, because that would mean that the RTH range would also need to be a bazillion points to match up with it, right? If we're going to touch one of those spots. Then you also have the days where the Globex range is like 80 points on NQ. Those days, just looking at the last 10 days, our ADR is 289 in NQ. So those days when the overnight range is 70 points, you're definitely going to touch one, unless RTH just does absolutely nothing, which would be weird. So you have to take that stuff into account. Maybe we don't touch any of them today, and that's an inside candle as opposed to the Globex candle being an outside candle. Yeah. Oh, it's an MBO DOM. Nice. Chill guy, I like Con, by the way. I like all of you, frankly. Even those of you that tease me. It's much easier to walk around just putting joy into the world instead of negativity. I encourage everybody to try it and see if it doesn't make you feel good. DZ, this is a 750 volume candle chart. So it's not a time frame. It moves similarly to a 1 minute. But yeah, I like you too, Omid, for sure. Dallin, I'm not that good of a guy. It's hard to be it's hard to be positive and nice all the time. It takes a lot of work, but it's worth it. Yeah, it's not a great long fat fish. I agree. It's okay. I'm super grateful for that Globex setup. That was nice. I'm glad I was paying attention. I wouldn't have been paying attention if I wasn't watching Nick's show. And yeah, Nick's show was pretty fun last night. He kind of pointed out that it's pretty hard to do your weekly prep when Globex gaps up like that. But he makes it fun, which is awesome. You guys should definitely tune in Sundays as you open up the charts and take a look. It's good. It's good to watch Nick go through his process and talk process. Evan asks, do you believe past liquidity levels shown by a volume profile imply future liquidity levels? Can you, I'm not sure what you mean, bud. Can you tell me what you mean by liquidity levels? Dark Stowe, like Dark Brandon. If I get too tired, if I get sleepy, I get a little grouchy. DZ, I don't have a channel or anything, but I hang out here all the time, and you can always hang out with me. Reversal high volume pivots, support and resistance. So I look at I guess I look at high volume. So like this would be a high volume pivot. It kind of, is that what you're saying? Like right here? Yeah, I don't really pay much attention to former high volume nodes, other than to know that, like, so the way that I look at a market in general is that this is an auction, right? Like, here's a really good example of one. I kind of boil it down into there's two kinds of markets, right? There's a market in motion and there's a market in balance. When the market is in motion, some pretty happy selling right there. 1139. And then bid right back out of it again. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely a seller. I mean, yeah. Pretty clear seller up here still. Sorry. Anyways, so market in motion and a market in balance. A market in motion is something that the way I think about it is like nobody knows how much this should cost right now. People are arguing about how much it should cost. And if it's moving, say the market is in motion up, that means that it's not expensive enough and hasn't found a fair price yet. So people are going to bid it or buy it until it eventually gets to a point where the market is happy with how much it costs again. Same with down. If market is moving down, then it was too expensive and people are going to sell it until it gets to a place where, the market participants feel like it's a fair price again, and then it will hang out there. And when it hangs out there, that's a market imbalance. So you can kind of look at that, and that's what these high volume nodes end up being. This is people talking about a price, and you can see it on the Delta profile too. These folks think that it's too cheap down here, and these folks think that it's too expensive up here. And when this happens in a small range, this is a balance. This is an auction. People are buying it here, and people are selling it here. So the market feels like it's fairly priced in this 40-point range for the time being. Now, if it moves again, that means one of these sides won. And, if it goes higher, that means that buyers still think it's too cheap. And if it goes lower, that means that these sellers still think it's way too expensive up here. So that's how I look at a volume profile. And then the same with, low volume nodes. Goodness knows we have 9,000 of those, like, I don't know, this glaring hole right here. But like this, like there were not a lot of buyers up here. And that's apparent by the volume profile. You don't have to go back and look at these candles to know that price went right through this. And then when volume started and is building here, that's where it became more of an auction. So market in motion, market in balance, and then we see where we go from here. Mr. Progress, I do trade MNQ, but this chart is NQ. I'm trading MNQ on a second data instance. So basically how it works on NinjaTrader is you make a second data instance or data series. I might be saying that wrong. And you just make all those candles invisible, but you can turn your fills on still. So there are MNQ candles behind this, and that's why you can still see my MNQ fills on an NQ chart. But I like to pull the data from NQ, meaning like I look at NQ's delta, I look at NQ's volume profile, that sort of stuff, NQ's time in sales, etc. Yes, Max autist. I do what I can. I try to use my powers for good when when possible. Thanks, Fatfish. Yeah, it's cool. That's just a like, everybody has their own concept of what the market is, and whatever way you can, explain it to yourself and understand it and build a process around it, um, that's good. No way is right or wrong. Auction theory just clicked for me. I was like, whoa, okay, it's an auction. This makes sense. I never thought of it that way until I learned about auction market theory, and then it just became a good framework for me to build around. But there's lots of different stuff out there, and the only thing that matters is that you can extract some points from the market and build a process around it to keep the money that you make. Yeah, fly it there. I'm saying it's similar. I don't like to enter a trade at the point of control, but Leo told me something that has stuck with me. I think he told me this like a year ago. He's like, the point of control is only there until it's not there anymore. So it's especially early in the session. I will take a pullback and if the point of control happens to be there, that's fine at that moment. But I mean, when price is just doing this, it's I'd rather be in down here and then scale off at the point of control and look for the other side to break, if that's my theory. Chill guy, I do have a pretty sick PC because it's important to have a really good PC. If you're going to take trading seriously and trade as a business, you want to make that investment. It's done wonders since I upgraded. I think it cost me like $1,500. It's just like an Alienware thing. Honestly, I'm pretty technology illiterate, and I needed lots of my trader friends' help to build a PC that was good for that. But so I can't. I mean, even if I wanted to, I probably wouldn't be able to explain to you why this is a good PC for trading. I just know that it is because my friends helped me build it. Pathetic as that may be. It's why it's important to surround yourself with very good friends who help you out. Hungry sandworm firmament. Okay. Whatever you got to do. Whatever analogy you make for yourself is totally cool and fine. So, yep, still grinding around. Europe close didn't do much. I don't know. There's definitely an auction going on here, though, for sure. And you can see it, blue guys at the top, red guys at the bottom. So I'd consider getting more excited about this move if we get above. And then as we pull back, we see some more bid delta come in and be supportive. So push through this offer delta, maybe up here. Probably going to pull back off of this this spot. It's a pretty big scene of the crime right there for that push down. Oh yeah, Keith, the delta, this delta profile is set to recalculate every 60-point rotation. So once we get a 60-point rotation, it will change. So that way you're only looking at the current leg being defined as whatever, rotation size you want to look at. I like 60. When volatility was crazy, I had it up to 120. I think I had it at 240 for a week. That was a weird week. I kind of blacked out and not sure that week even happened. But yeah. Yeah, Jeff, the internet stuff is pretty brutal. That's why I think it's always good to have like you got to think about like, how do I get out of this position if something happens? Like if my computer goes down, power goes out. I think it's really important to have. I don't think you should ever trade on a phone, but I think you should have a way to flatten your positions that exists on your telephone, and you can do that, with cellular data. If your internet goes out, you just got to log in and bail. It's also why you got to have server side stops. That's helpful too. Oh yeah, I just like 60 con. No reason. It vibes with me. Same reason I got the 750 vol candles. It's just I like it. I think Merritt uses 1500. He had I was watching this the other day. He had a funny joke about how funny people get with their volume candles. Like they try to get down to like 749, and it's just like, just pick the volume that shows you the price action that you want to see. It's pretty much the answer. Nice, driver. Nice. Gee, I don't know. I don't have a leg to leg profile on ES. I find that just having just the session delta profile on ES is fine for me. I can see enough from that of what I'm trying to do. NQ is much different. I feel like NQ changes its mind maybe a little more in greater range sizes than ES does. That might be a good question for Nick. I know Nick trades ES a little more than the rest of us. I'm not sure what his setting would be. All right, Seller, are you going to get it or no? Trying. Yeah, Con. I mark it in, and it's just and then the bracket's just there, and then I can move it around if I want to tighten risk. It defaults to 15-point stop loss though. And then I have my targets are all, just spaced out. And then I'll move the targets to different MGI points. And Q is a wild beast, fat fish, yes, but that's why we love it. No, Evan, I don't like not having a target. It just helps me just to see it. It just helps me visualize, what the trade's going to be. Like I talked through this trade, which, has come back on us a couple times now. But this is a good spot for this runner target to be. And I wouldn't be able to see that, and I would be more zoomed in and watching, like, should I get out? Should I get out? Should I get out? If I didn't have this target on there. So it's just like, it's a nice visual reminder of what my original intention was. Because if you watch enough order flow, like, it'll fry your brain. You might forget what you were initially trying to accomplish.
Well,
Hey, Jim.
Stowe, that begs the question though. Is there, let's say we stay sideways like this the whole day. Is there a point when you said, all right, enough is enough, I'm out?
I mean, it's at the end of the day, I'll get out of this trade if I don't get stopped. I find it hard to believe that I won't at least get stopped out before the end of the day, because it's pretty tight, and we've tested this a billion times. This is also a spot where if I hadn't spent a lot of mental capital trading last night, I probably would be, adding and taking singles off again on these little base hits. Like there, I probably would have got back in. This looks okay too, but yeah, it's just, there's so many conflicting things on the day. I'm just like, I'm not confident in either thing. And I worked for like 3 hours on those Globex positions last night. So I'm trying to save my brain. It's only Monday.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. Well, one thing you said today, which I think it's really important, and you can't, there's so much stuff, so many things you can't control, right? You can't control price. You can't control what happens to your internet connection once it leaves your house.
Yep.
You can't control the news. You can't control the weather. But the one thing you could control is your hardware, your PC and your internet connection being hardwired into that PC.
Yep.
Those two things you could control. And I think you mentioned, well, it's $1,500 that, you could probably get, a regular Dell computer for $500, but it's worth every penny because you get that extra speed and reliability.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the most important. I mean, this stupid computer is it's running the show. I need it to work. So it's, if anything is a good investment, it's that.
Yeah, and Flat here says a UPS backup. Well, with the Ninja mobile app and a cellular service, you got a backup, right?
Yep.
You got
Absolutely.
a backup. So, any event, that's a good comment though. So, just what I wanted to say that out loud. I think it's don't save $100 for the one thing you could control.
Yes, that's very true. If you're not gonna, I'm very selectively cheap, but there are a few things I won't skimp on. Like, I don't know. My wife always laughs at me. I have to buy the good garbage bags. I don't like a cheap garbage bag. I need a garbage bag I can count on. Stuff like that.
It sounds like we may have had an incident in the past with some leakage.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not gonna be fooled again by the cheap garbage bag. Big garbage bag has me on the hook for the most advanced garbage bag technology for forever now.
There you go. No, and Polly says wired keyboard and a mouse. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, your battery can die, right? You don't have a keyboard. Oh no, what do I do?
Yep, that's also true. Yep.
Yeah. No, I know. I've heard it all, and I've even, as a futures broker for 20 years before this, you name it, battery died in the mouse, all sorts of stuff. We even had a guy's like, that's not my trade because my cat ran across my keyboard, and like, what is the cat's trade? The cat doesn't have an account. What are you talking about?
I wonder if the cat has to pay professional or non-professional data fees. Check the
Oh my
box. I
God.
am a cat.
Yeah. All right, man. Listen, appreciate you for sure. I think we have Leo and Nick this afternoon trading the close, 2:30 East Coast time, right?
Yes, sir.
Very awesome, man. All right, well, appreciate you. I will see, you'll be around tomorrow, right? Yeah, for sure. I'll
Oh
see you
yeah.
tomorrow.
Double time
All right.
tomorrow, baby.
All right, all right, all right. All right. We'll
Thanks,
see you then,
Jim.
Stowe. Thanks a lot, man.
Thanks,
All right,
everybody.
everybody, hit that thumbs up. Before you go, hit that thumbs up with Stowe. I'm going to go over one. I just want to show one thing at this point. Markets have been kind of sideways since the excitement. Sometimes one thing you could do with the desktop platform that I like to do on days like today is I like to think of this market as two different days. And so, day one was overnight. And then we had that big explosion, European session, initial balance is over, and then you get to kind of day two, if that makes any sense. And so you literally use the volume profile in the anchored VWAP to look at what happened from the New York Stock Exchange open till the close. And it gives you, in this example, this is the E-mini S&P, it gives you a perfect volume profile, right? We have a Gaussian distribution, a bell-shaped curve, point of control is the same as the overall point of control, which makes sense because so much volumes happen during the opening range, but it gives you some good guidelines too. So you could kind of see where the bottom of the value area is, the top of the value area is, and only look at that part of the day, right? News has been assimilated, right? News has been assimilated, and now it's time to think about going forward. And thinking about going forward, you could kind of say, aha, price is trading below value. Maybe we're going to break out to the downside, or maybe this is a good place to try to get long and get back to that point of control, depending on what your mojo is. So it's always the anchored VWAP tool is you can get it on the NinjaTrader platform. It's super easy. Anchored volume profile also, and you can just pick your area of analysis and kind of get you refocused into the post-apocalyptic events of the day. So that's just a real quick end of day tip of the day right now. We'll see what happens going into the lunch hour and then beyond. Remember, folks, we have Leo and Nick coming at 2:30. We're going to take a break between now and then. Greatly appreciate everybody being here with us. I'm going to fix my crazy wild hair too. Greatly appreciate everybody being here with us. You guys are an awesome community. Thank you for being part of NinjaTrader Live. And we look forward to seeing you this afternoon at 2:30. In the meantime, everybody, have a great lunch.